Very much, Chairman. Sean, hold on, I gotta mute my other one.
He- he's so awesome. He's here twice with us today.
Well, my other computer was saying I was going to update in 4 minutes. I thought, well, that's going to be right on top of when I'm going to introduce our first speaker this morning. So I turned on my other computer. How's that? I get really nervous around electronics. So this is my double duty. I am so excited to be here and to be here with you. And I'm particularly excited to introduce our first speaker this morning. Erica Thunder is the commissioner of the Labor and Human Rights Commission. There is a bio in the program for her, and I'll let you read that. I want to talk a few things personal about Eric, but in addition to being the commissioner with the Labor and Human Rights, she's also currently the interim executive director of the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission. She has a full plate going on right now for her, but she isn't. She's been an incredible person in that position, which she started a year ago in June. We've had people appointed by the governor in that position for years, ever since it was created and added the human rights component. But I would say unequivocally, this is the first time we have a person in that position who truly believes in human rights. And she, in fact, the first time I met her, and this will stay in my memory forever, she said, you know, when I was appointed to this position, people were saying, you have to take a neutral position in this government position. And she said, this is human rights. You can't be neutral. And that just endeared me from that point on. And she has proven that more and more. She doesn't just take the minimum responsibilities of that position, which is to make sure that everyone is protected. And if they feel their rights have been violated, they have a right to have that investigated and be weighed in on. But she goes above and beyond that duty in terms of reaching out, in terms of her non-neutral role. And I think of two situations that have occurred just very recently. Certainly when the pandemic hit, we know that it disproportionately hit people of color and people, low-income people. And Erica just didn't watch it from afar. She took action, and she really led some efforts to try create some protections for people who were unduly impacted by the pandemic. She led efforts to try create a moratorium on evictions and fees for people that were being unduly impacted when their jobs were suddenly shut down. That leadership role really inspired a number of people to really become engaged. And then I'm sure she's going to talk about this, but when the Bostock ruling came out of the Supreme Court this past summer, she expanded. She looked at ways that she could expand the role of the Department of Labor and Human Rights. And it's historic in the impact in terms of the rights now and protections that have been extended to members of the LGBTQ plus community. So I commend Commissioner Thunder in that respect. She isn't just a friend or an ally of the human rights movement. She is the human rights movement. And so it's a real pleasure to welcome her to join us this morning. So Erica, friend, thank you for being with us.
I'm already choked up. That was so sweet, Barry. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to reel it in here. Thank you. Oof. Sorry, everyone. This might happen a couple times throughout this conversation and presentation today. So I apologize for that, just in general. But thank you so much, Barry. That was really, really sweet. And of course, I consider you a very, very dear friend, confidant, everything else. This is a man who will take my phone calls at any time, as well as a lot of people that I can see on this this group here that's come together. And I wasn't really sure how I was going to kind of make my introduction to the presentation, which is pretty general today. I was asked to give a broad overview of the Department of Human Rights labor and human rights, and mainly so that I think we can kind of get back, or maybe start anew is maybe how it's better put, of where the department should be, the vision is, and the work that we need to be doing, which is, there's just so much. So I tried to combine a number of different presentations I've given into one. So I apologize if anyone was around for the Bostock presentation I gave. I felt like I was much more organized for that one, but I will do my best to speak on that. I wanted to say just a couple of things though first. So again, thank you, Barry. Thank you to the Human Rights Coalition in general. It doesn't escape my mind, my heart, that you as a coalition itself honestly created the human rights part of labor and human rights. And I know how much effort went into that, and how long it took to be able to get that as part of the department's not only work, but just everything that we should be doing when we take on our claims and cases, et cetera. So I want to thank this coalition broadly, and just everyone else who's joining in today. I guess I'm also a little bit, I need to reel it in again, but I just wanted to say that this isn't the way that I wanted to start out the morning. I'm so sorry, you guys. I don't want to get off to a melancholy start here. I just wanted to send my condolences to anyone who might be struggling during this time with a very real global pandemic and many losses that I know many people here have suffered. I'm so sorry. So I just wanted to say that. So again, my name is Erica Thunder. I happen to be a citizen of the MHA Nation, which I'm very proud of. It's interesting when I talk about my background, and I won't go too far in depth just for the sake of time, because I think I've cried for at least the first 5 minutes of this, so I'll get it together here. But I grew up in the Turtle Mountains. That's where I was raised. There's a lot of folks up in that area that I consider family, because they are. And so I'm very proud to have both of those ties. And one update, as of last night, my bio is changed a little bit. I am no longer the interim executive director for Indian Affairs, but that's always to be continued, I think, just to put that out there. Not that I would be in that role, but just who will be in that space. So I just want to make that clear too. My pronouns she and her. I've worked for a number of tribal nations over, I guess, the last decade now, a little more than that. And I've had the privilege of doing that. And so it was really touching in the introduction. Thank you for that. I don't know if I've ever been in a meeting, certainly a summit, where land was recognized. So I think that that's even got me a little choked up too. So just thank you for that. My spiritual name is Dehunuk. I should talk about this more often, but I was given it later in life. And I know that there are some fellow tribal citizens from my tribe on the call here, and they're probably wondering, what is Dehunuk? That's not a part of our language, because it's not, it's Ho-Chunk. I was given that name by my Ho-Chunk family. And it means Lady of the Lake, and it has a little bit of a bittersweet tone to it, just because I grew up around a lot of different bodies of water, but particularly Lake Minnegoshi, and then where my grandparents came from, Elbow Woods, which has great ties to what is now Lake Skakawea, and some of the riverways around that area. And it was kind of in recognition of all of those people who were able to give me a name. So anyway, that's my name as well, Dainuk. All right, again, I'll be giving a broad overview here, so it's not going to be super sexy fun things, just to make that known, but I want to make sure that at least, if nothing else, there can be a pretty clear understanding of what the department does and how one can utilize us. And so I'll be jumping into that here, but a couple of just facts about our department. When I was appointed, it's weird to say appointed because I was actually hired. I applied for the job and I went through the usual vetting that would happen with any application. And maybe even more, I think, probably, because I know I went through 6 interviews. So, so I was appointed in June of 2019, but I guess, you know, writing every cover letter, doing all the things that one has to do, that's what I did in the end, interviewing, etc. Even yesterday, someone had said, well, I know you were pushed into that job, Erica. No, I very much wanted to be in this role. That's why I applied. So that's why I always make sure that I mention that at the beginning of any conversation. Again, when I'm not, usually I'm not trying to be so emotional. Our group is very small, the department itself right now. In fact, we've had our group spans from some folks who have been hired on. I was the most recent hire for the department, but before that, we have people ranging from 1 to 5 years and folks that have been with the teams for 19, 20 years now. And we're having another retirement soon here. So we are now down to 10 folks, including myself. So this department includes the commissioner, the human rights director. Some of you might know her, Kathy Klessa, and then our investigators and 2 administrative staff. So we're a lean agency for sure, and we just keep getting leaner. Also, I just wanted to say, because I'm floating between a couple of different presentations and I wanted to take out a lot of the legalese in all of this because I just don't feel like I can deliver well if that's how I'm supposed to present, especially for these types of conversations where I feel like it should be very open and et cetera. I don't have anything to share on the screen, but I will be very happy to put this all together and send it out to this group too. So wanted to make that clear. All right, finally, I'll jump in. So I'll talk a little bit about our scope first. The department scope includes what I would say is probably 3 larger pieces to it. 2 of them include our divisions. The first division is wage and hour. So this can include anything for protections and for claims made to the department on minimum wage and overtime, equal pay, child labor, labor unions, employment agencies, wage collection, and independent contractor verifications. The second division that we have that I certainly want to stress more in this conversation because of what the summit represents and truly just what it is our human rights division. And so the protections and things that can be made as claims to the department are discrimination as a broad sense, which I'll get more into here. I'll drill down a little bit more into that. But discrimination in employment, housing, public services, public accommodations, and credit transactions. The last duty that I really want to stress that we're even statutorily required to be doing is education and awareness. I was shocked when I heard that a commissioner from the department hasn't presented to the Human Rights Coalition in something like 5 years, maybe more. Barry might maybe correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe that was the last time. And that isn't even following, if we're just going just on statute, that isn't how we should be conducting ourselves. So there's been a lot of movement this way in the last, I guess, year and a half. Has it been a year and a half since June 2019? to broaden the awareness of this department, wage and hour issues, human rights protections. And so the department is here at any time. If anyone, even an individual, this doesn't have to be a group setting, or it doesn't have to be for something formal, it can be informal as well. Reach out to myself or the department in general if you'd like some more information or have some further questions, because there's no way, of course, we can cover everything in the time allotted today, but I'll certainly try. One thing I would like to note too, that Barry and I had a conversation on, was that, and maybe I'll leave this more for you, Barry, so I hope you don't mind, I'll just say a little bit of it, that the hope is that maybe we could have follow-ups after this presentation too, for I'm sure multiple things that are going to be talked about today, but for sure, any questions, concerns, need in general for, or from, I should say, the Department of Labor and Human Rights. So we can coordinate that well. I also can see in my peripheral that there's a fly, and I don't want this to be a Mike Pence moment, but if it happens, I'm sorry. I'm really trying hard to not make a comparison there. Okay, our human rights division. I see some smiles. I have to keep looking back to my screen in between my presentation just to make sure that was I'm trying to make some jokes about Mike Pence, but okay. All right, the Human Rights Division, you know, we have to make sure that we're following, in particular, 4 areas of law. Under discrimination claims, that would include the Human Rights Act, the North Dakota Human Rights Act, which is codified in North Dakota Century Code, and also the North Dakota Housing Discrimination Act, which I guess one could say is a part of the North Dakota Human Rights Act, but we use it separately when citing back to housing discrimination complaints. The second area of law includes retaliation claims, and the 2 laws that we operate under for that include the North Dakota whistleblower law, again, codified by North Dakota Century Code. And under this, we speak towards much more of the claims of retaliation, which, spoiler alert, are a lot in North Dakota. I think that's what I found very unnerving when looking at our trends, that retaliation has, for years now, looking back at least the last decade and a half, retaliation has remained at the top of claims that we receive. Also under retaliation claims, we follow the North Dakota Public Employee Relations Act, again, codified in Century Code. So I know it's going to help if I send this out, but that's some broad overview of just the law that covers what we do. We also, of course, have to follow federal law and federal anti-discrimination laws. So, you know, I think the first thing that probably comes to folks' mind in the human rights world, and I shouldn't even say it like that, just our life, you know, is Title VII protections under the Civil Rights Act, ADA, ADEA, American Disabilities Act, the Age Discrimination Act, Fair Housing Act, among many others. And we actually partner with 2 separate federal agencies through work sharing agreements that we have with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. So we've had those partnerships for quite some time now. I would also like to notate that I've always considered the Human Rights Coalition as a branch, as an arm to what we do as well. Because while we are a law enforcement agency, and Barry kind of well, he said everything there about how I think some commissioners have taken on this neutral role because it's a law enforcement agency. I don't believe that that is the role of the commissioner. It's a fine line to balance, but I do believe in my heart, while I serve in this role, that I'm someone to be an advocate. I'm someone to be a partner with, and that I also happen to work with the law enforcement agency that is the department. And so along with the Human Rights Coalition, I would say that probably the next partnership that sticks out in my mind is that with High Plains for housing. I see some folks from there. You know, they really do act as another branch or however you want to call it for us in the way that they're able to do really great and pure advocacy work. We wouldn't be able to do what we do as a department without the many different groups that help us on the outside. And if I'm leaving out some folks, I apologize, but just thanks to all of our partners that we have in general. All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Is there a?
I was going to ask a question real quick before you jump into, because it pertains to kind of the human rights section. Is that okay, or would you like me to wait?
You know, I really can't hear that. But please go ahead if you feel like you'd like to jump in there. I think there's some sound issues.
Okay, I'll just type it.
I'm very sorry. Sorry about that, but I just couldn't hear that, and I'm not sure who was.
So it will be okay. She'll just type the question.
Okay. All right. And please shout out Madeline if it would be the right time to speak on that. Okay. I'm sorry. We'll get that covered. Okay. The North Dakota Human Rights Act, I'm just going to go through some of this here. It broadly prohibits discrimination in the areas of employment, public accommodations, public services, and credit transactions, lending, essentially, which I've already talked about a little bit there. Discrimination, when we talk about that, I mean, I think it helps to have a definition. So I'll keep it very simple at this. Discrimination is the act of treating someone differently because of a particular characteristic, which by the legal standards would be protected activities or protected category or protected classes. I will get into those in a little bit down the road here. The Act also requires reasonable accommodations to be made for individuals with a disability, pregnant employees, and individuals with sincerely held religious beliefs. The federal laws generally mirror the Act. However, public accommodations, public services, and credit transactions are only covered under the North Dakota Human Rights Act. That's where we see a little bit of a broader role with the Human Rights Act. So if there's questions about what a public service is a public public facility. It's a department, an agency, board, something that could be commission owned, operated, managed by or on behalf of the state, or a political subdivision, or a public corporation. And why I give that definition is, if you feel that there has been discrimination in any of those areas, you have a claim with our agency to be protected. If you have felt discriminated in those public service areas, public accommodations are any places, establishments, facilities of any kind, any nature or class that caters or offers services, facilities, or goods to the general public for a fee, charge, or gratuity. So same thing there. If you feel that there has been discrimination, et cetera, you have a claim to file under public accommodations with the department. Protected categories in North Dakota are as such, and I'm actually there's a couple more, but I think one is owning a gun, and what was the other one? EMT personnel. But here are the protected categories: race, color, religion, age, which is over 40, disability, marital status, receipt of public assistance, participation in lawful activity off of an employer's premises after hours, but that's for employment only. And I left sex for the end because that speaks directly to what Barry was talking about with the Bostock opinion, and what I wanted to get into just briefly here. I know that my presentation from the LGBTQ+ Summit is online, and I think it's on YouTube. We can provide that in the chat box here too, because that was a very long discussion there. Sex in the past, archaically, was always defined as, of course, male and female. And it is now expanded in North Dakota under the department to include sexual orientation and gender identity. That is directly because of the Supreme Court case Bostock versus Clay County, which was decided June 15th of this last summer, 2020. And there's a lot of interesting notes about that case in general, everything from who was in the majority of that decision to who wrote the opinion, a Trump appointee, in fact. And so, but anyway, with it, we were able to not only take from that opinion the decision that was made that sex applied to sexual orientation and gender identity, not having to expand the term sex in North Dakota Human Rights Act or any of the laws that that the department is assigned with enforcing. It was to only be included with employment or protections for employment, the Bostock opinion. The department was able to read into it a little bit more specifically in conjunction with our Human Rights Act, and make the direct correlation that it also protected human rights. So when we talk about claims that are being made in last dates of harm, I just want to make sure that this group knows that to be able to file with our agency for a complaint of discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity, you can file under sex. And the last date of harm would have had to have occurred on June 15th. We had kind of a heartbreaking situation where someone had filed with us like a week before that decision. And that decision honestly came out of the blue for all of us, even the department who was tracking it and knew that we would make decisions based off of that opinion. So just as I see that the link was placed in there. Thank you for that so much. Just for everyone's information and knowledge here, the department since June 15th is and has been accepting and investigating complaints of discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity under sex in all human rights laws that we enforce. So employment, public services, public accommodations, again, credit transactions, and housing. That was a big moment just for this department that I felt walking into the department had been horribly stagnant on in their efforts. And I just want to also give a shout out and thank you to the many, many people who have worked tirelessly on legislative bills at the state level, ordinances locally, et cetera, to be able to have equity in rights that should belong to all. Okay, drilling down a little bit more into discrimination, it's important to note the difference between how the department looks at disparate treatment versus disparate impact, both of which we do look into when we investigate and when we intake a claim. Disparate treatment is has been defined as intentional discrimination. So an example of that is only Native American applicants are required to take a pre-employment assessment test. Disparate impact, meanwhile, is, I roll my eyes a little bit, is unintentional discrimination, because I'm so lucky that there's so many brilliant folks on this call that like understand this far better than I do. But we know of things like implicit and explicit bias, and even more than that. So disparate impact, unintentional discrimination. So example, if one tests, if one as an employee tests all applicants and only Native Americans are eliminated based on the results of the assessment conducted, that is the definition of disparate impact. Other types of discrimination, I feel like I'm being a little bit repetitive, but I just want to make sure that everyone here knows that, that if you hear something stick out to you and you feel that this is something that you want more information on, if you feel that you've been affected by it, anything like that, that our department covers these things. And I should also say that with the partnerships that I had mentioned, like with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and HUD, if someone does not want to file with the North Dakota Department of Labor and Human Rights, they absolutely do not have to. If they don't know where to go, they can reach out to us or any advocacy group, et cetera, and be able to have their case heard by these other entities. And I can understand every argument as to certainly, well, previous arguments, but today's arguments of why someone might not want specifically to go to the Department of Labor and Human Rights. But I just want to make mention that there are other avenues. Again, retaliation, another form of discrimination that we protect, and the refusal to make reasonable accommodations. Our caseload has been ever expanding, and I think just digging around in presentations that were given by people like Troy Seibel, who had been a commissioner, 5-6 years ago now, and some other folks, they had provided different case trends, and those trends are constantly shifting and honestly shifting day by day, particularly with the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that I say this and pun intended or whatever, it's very interesting. Typically when we see the lightning strike of something that's happening that's affecting employment and human rights very broadly and particularly like this pandemic has, we see that lightning and we're getting ourselves prepared as thunder later to know that we're about to get a lot of cases made with us for anything from final paychecks to reasonable accommodations that need to be made for those with disabilities, for instance, that have been asked to work remotely, but can't have all the things that they had in their work office on site. So when I talk about trends, I can't give perfect percentages as of like today or even really this month or the last few months. Retaliation's always up at the top as far as our cases in general, our human rights cases. Disability has been up there, of course, a lot. But I mean, I don't really know. I feel really uncomfortable giving those trends because sex, race, national origin, color, etc., all of these things, I don't want to like say that there's a list because that almost implies that there's a priority, and that's just not the case as far as how we accept cases. Which to be able to file with us, I guess that's a decent segue there. To be able to just file with us in general, we are off-site at this time. My whole team is working remotely. Big caveat there is that we know that that's not going to work for the citizens that we serve. I also want to make it clear that we're available for in-person services whenever. I think a lot about our really rural areas that or who might not have internet connection. And so it's not as easy as going on to the Department of Labor and Human Rights' website and filing an online claim, which then we receive. It is really like, okay, I'm going to have to drive up, 4 hours if I live in Belcourt, North Dakota, and fill out this paperwork and not really receive any particular answers. I just want to make it really clear here that we're here to accommodate whatever request is needed. Even if someone is filing with us and wants to be in person, I've told my group there's absolutely no reason for us to not be coming to those who need to make it. If I had a large amount of, if I had a big team, I honestly would I know that Department of Transportation is doing this currently for our tribal nations with IDs. I really would have kiosks and trucks, to be able to just come up and do the rounds. And by the way, that might sound, I don't know how that sounds, but that is actually on my radar of things that as long as we can get some funding for it, that's something that is a priority of mine, to be able to work with whoever needs our services. Same if you've already made a claim and you're looking for maybe mediation or conciliation on a case. We have I can't even explain all of the different ways that we've been able to make sure that we were either in person and went consulting with both parties, went to a place where it was a place where everyone felt comfortable, safe, guidelines that are given to us by WHO, CDC, folks that study infectious disease, science, folks from science and medicine that will follow everything that way, because that's what we should be doing. And we'll conduct in-person mediations or anything else, as long as we can make sure that we're not putting anyone in harm's way doing that. So, okay. Let's see what else I had here. I'm sorry. This really is it's a little bit of a different presentation today than I think if you've seen presentations from me before. I do apologize. This is just a little bit different. When one files a claim with us, that goes through a pretty quick intake process. And so that actually goes typically directly to our administrative staff, but you also might get an investigator on the phone. It kind of depends on the day. We have shifts of how we're able to do our intakes. We had a very old, dilapidated, not great, I don't know how many other words I can put towards the software that we were using, system that I think slowed down the process of getting intakes out to investigators to then start the investigation process. That has since been replaced. We were able to get that fully funded just in time, and it went live in July, and I'm hoping that that's helping at least the citizen facing portion. I know for my team, it's been difficult because it's change, right? And so especially with digital change. There can always be some learning curves, et cetera, for myself included. But after intake, those claims go directly to investigators who then just look to see in general if there is more information that's needed, if there's more to be filled out as far as, I'm so sorry for this fly, holy cow. If there's more information that needs to be filled out, so it's like a screening process. Was claimant able to mark everything that they needed to? If we can see that it hasn't been, we will reach out to claimant, then the person filing a claim with us, to say, we don't have all of our information that we need to be able to assist you. Can we get a couple of more answers to some of the questions or information needed for this? So the screening process can take a little bit of time too, sometimes depending on if folks move, if jurisdictions change, et cetera. With the Department of Labor and Human Rights, our jurisdiction is a little bit limited. Our jurisdiction is for the state of North Dakota, but it doesn't include our tribal nations. Which all boils down to, I feel so uncomfortable because I know Ruth is on this call, and so I don't want to do it. Like she can speak much more to this than I can, but that's in respect to each of the 5 tribal nations' sovereignty. I've always been curious to see if ever a tribal nation would be interested in I don't know if partnership's the right word, I'll just use it for now, but some type of partnership in that way. And then we've had instances where people, of course, move out of North Dakota. Even if that happens, we continue on with the claim. It's happened more so with employers, especially during the oil boom, who everything was done for them. They were on to the next place. And we still were able to have the ability to subpoena those folks, to be able to cooperate with the investigation. So after screening, after figuring out, jurisdiction, all of these other things, we get to a place where we start staffing it as an agency. And I believe Barry was able to sit in, again, Barry, correct me if I'm wrong, with a full meeting where we were staffing cases and going through the elements of them, what was being met, what couldn't be met, et cetera. And from that, investigators then have their case assigned to them specifically, and start contacting both parties to do the investigation work, which includes fact finding and fact gathering. Gosh, there was something else I wanted to mention on that part. It'll come to me. Notice is given to both parties about the fact of if we will be taking on a claim. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I said a lot about this at the LGBTQ plus annual summit during the Bostock presentation, but one thing that I can't stress enough, and I know how hard it can be to gather all these things, but it really is like, it's really hard on an emotional level, but professional level too, to know that there are claims that are substantial, but that we can't, as much as we will try, meet the elements of law that are needed to push the case forward because there's a lack of evidence, maybe a lack of witnesses. Those are the 2 big things that come up the most: lack of evidence, lack of witnesses. So what I can say for that, this last session, I had talked a little bit about the subpoena power that we now have, but on the evidence part, I know this group is beyond intelligent, and so I'm not trying to imply that you don't know that it's extremely important to document as much as you can. On a personal note, I have been in a position where I kick myself because I didn't document everything, because I was fearful at a different time, not in the present time, of retaliation. And I was fearful of all these different things that at a different time, I didn't know that I could be quite protected. And maybe, you know, maybe that's surprising, but it shouldn't be, because it happens a lot. And I'm sure there are a lot of people in this call that have felt that and have experienced that for sure. Much more than I have, quite frankly. Okay, so I'm looking to the side because I'm trying to see, just going through the complaint process, what all happens for the next steps, because I know I keep going off on different tangents here. You know, once we are able to draft a preliminary determination, we're notifying the parties, et cetera, collecting more information as needed. But we do get to a point where we are able to potentially provide temporary relief. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about mediation and conciliation. And that also might be not even just temporary. It might be something that could also be considered fully relieved. It's hard because in this role and with the duties assigned to the investigators, it's always going to be someone will be able to have the answer that they hoped for at the end when a final determination is made, or they don't. And I'm trying to just like pull back the curtains on everything. I'm trying to not forget anything. And I know I have like 7 minutes left. So I don't happen to see every single claim. I say that because if I know that I have a conflict that I need to conflict myself out on, I will do that. And I don't know if that's always been the case in the past, but I very much believe that that's something that is important to the integrity of our investigations. Same with investigators. They have been educated, I think. Sounds like I'm really just dissing all the past commissioners. I hope that's not the way that it's coming across. But there was some education needed with our investigators as far as all sorts of different things, but for sure conflicting out when one knew that they should. And there's always backup in our office that even if we're lean, we have a nice way of thus far being able to push it to the right people. So oftentimes if I have to conflict out a determination, the final eyes on it is actually the human rights director, Kathy Klessa. Again, some of you might be familiar with her, but she's been with our agency now for just about 2 decades. And I owe her a great deal of gratitude because she's come in clutch for me a lot in some of those scenarios. I had quite a bit more here, but I think that I got at least some of what's needed to get out. So please, anyone chime in, because I know we have just a little bit for questions and I haven't even been able to look at questions here.
We actually have 2.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hey,
How are you?
Richard, actually,
Hi.
I'm gonna have everybody put a pause. We actually have 2 written questions that came in a little bit earlier. So I'm gonna try and go in order. But because Kathy Hogan's question was most recent, and it actually referenced something that you specifically said. Kathy asked, if you had received any pushback. Kathy, I'm going to invite you to unmute your mic and ask the question because I'm not sure specifically what you were referring to.
Thanks, Sean. And good morning, Eric. It's wonderful to see you.
Likewise.
I was really interesting as your interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling on sex. And, you know, that's a pretty political position. And first, the two questions are, did you get political pushback? And then do people know that they can file under that? And how are we educating the public? And that might be a human rights coalition activity. But I was really curious about your political pushback.
Yeah, well, wonderful question, Kathy, because I should have mentioned more about that, quite frankly, because that is that's a wonderful question, because of course that is, I guess to some quite political, etc. When I first got hired, this is not, I don't care for being recorded or not. This has been very public. When I first got hired, or I should say my very last interview was with Governor Burgum. And, you know, he and I might not agree on a lot of different things, but one thing that was very much agreed on from the very, very beginning was the question posed to me that I had in the back of my mind of I wanted to pose it to him was, what are you going to do for gender identity and sexual orientation and bills of equity that have come up for at least 5 sessions that have failed, because I want someone that is going to be able to push those through. And I was like a little bit stunned for a moment, because I kind of knew that. I knew that he was very supportive, but in the end, I was very happy and have felt 100% support behind it from him, who is my boss in the end, right, in the executive branch, and someone that represents him directly in the cabinet. Honestly, I haven't heard from many legislators that I assumed I would have heard from with pushback. So I know. So
COVID is your friend. They haven't noticed yet, Erica.
There's something to that, Senator Hogan, too, though. There's been a lot of conversation, especially when I confide in Barry about the concerns, worries, et cetera, that I have. And what should we do about certain things? What if this does come up? And I think that the road and the route that we've taken this far is we've been able to educate in these types of settings, et cetera. And anytime I hear that there's a need for it, absolutely we'll do it. I think that we've just been walking a very interesting line as far as making sure that the people who would for sure be opponents of this don't, I don't even know how to say this correctly.
So the answer, Erica, is you're just following the law and doing what the Supreme Court told you have to do. That's the answer.
Yeah. So if there, thanks, Kathy, you keep me back on where I should be. That would be the answer if I did get pushback. I haven't yet, which is like surprising, totally surprising. But that's what it would be. If someone wants to argue with law, et cetera, they certainly can. If they want to make claims out in certain courts, they absolutely can. The Supreme Court decision is still the law of the land, and the North Dakota Human Rights Act is the law of North Dakota. So you had a second question, Kathy, about education. And so actually, I really like where you were going with that. I think I've just been taking it as someone reaches out, or I reach out to someone at this point to see like what groups, how should we talk about this? Is it needed at this point? But I think it's a really good idea, what I believe you were alluding to, of what we can do as a partnership here, the coalition and Department of Labor and Human Rights together, and having more educational type of forums. and expanding that. I mean, quite frankly, I really feel confident in the digital space that we have right now, because I know that this can be put on YouTube, etc. I know that we can get a lot of people on a call from all over. I know it was mentioned at the beginning that we have like such a wide array of folks from different geographical locations on the call. So I say, let's do anything, any and all ideas that come up for education and awareness. Let's do it.
I'm going to go back to Brandy's question that she asked earlier. She had a challenge with her mic. And I do want to let everybody know that and remind everybody that we are going to be planning future virtual sessions with Erica. So if we don't get to your question today, we'll certainly have the opportunity to connect with her in the future. The question from Brandy out of Bismarck was, with the lack of state or local laws that outline what a constituent, what constitutes a hate crime, how has this impacted the department's ability to effectively support individuals who file claims with the belief that they have been discriminated against? And Brandy's question is based off the language outlined on the department's website under the Q&A. What do you feel you have been discriminated against?
Right. So thanks, Brandy. And I'm sorry earlier, I didn't even know that was you that was asking that question. Sorry for the trouble there.
No worries.
Hate crime legislation or protections have come up a lot, and with a lot of, if not everyone in this group, as far as conversations about, I love that this is, that the theme for this is organized for change, because this is like the perfect time right now to talk about this, because I don't know if I have a very clear answer, Brandy, on that as far as the department's end, because it's just like how the department gets questions about, can you write a letter for me? The Department of Health is completely overloaded and they can't send us a question or send us a letter to return to work, and I'm about to get fired. There's only guidelines at this point for any of this. So we can't actually legally write a letter on anyone's behalf if they can't return to work. That would have to fall under Department of Health. But so to try to swing back to the question that you're posing, Brandy, the same is true with hate crime. And I that's where I feel really kind of like inadequate in being able to answer, because there aren't hate crime laws, as you've noted. And I think the only thing that is like really helping me along with knowing that maybe we can get to a better place with that is that there are folks here and outside of this conversation right now that are working on local ordinances. And maybe Barry, you can speak more to that too, because Barry's really been organizing us very well. So there's two different groups, local ordinance groups, and then a state legislation group. And I know that Representative Buffalo probably already has language written up for a state bill on this. We're here to support and speak in emphatic support behind anyone that will be proposing this at a local level or state level. That's where the neutral thing is thrown out the window. That's why I don't like it either. The commissioner should be able to stand up if it's testimony that's required or whatever, or a letter or whatever the case is, to be able to say, we support this, and here's all the reasons why, and here are all the blank areas of law where we can't work to assist even in our own claims, as you pointed out, Brandy, because we don't have anything to go off of. Did that help?
That did. Thank you. I just kind of wanted to know if it truly made an impact on the department's ability to be able to move forward with some that, like you had earlier stated, that there are cases that you see that have ample evidence, but you're still unable to fully prosecute the perpetrator, essentially. And so I was curious to see if there were some similarities or issues when it came to things like that. So thank you.
Yeah. And maybe just one last thing on that too. we will find whatever case law is necessary, even if it isn't a part of Century Code, because that's also what we are charged to do, is to be able to find law when ours doesn't speak to it, laws that can speak to it. So I guess I should have said that too. I find comfort in that as well. The Eighth Circuit hasn't been, well, I don't know. The Eighth Circuit's the Eighth Circuit, but you know, we can find law when needed. And if we don't have anything in the Eighth Circuit, we'll jump over to the next circuit. That's not, I think there's a number of attorneys on the call here. That's what we should be doing when we look at filling in law that doesn't exist.
We're going to do one more question before we jump over to our panel discussion. I know we could talk forever, but I have the unfortunate job of trying to keep us on schedule.
I didn't help. So sorry.
No, you are wonderful, Eric. Richard, I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sean. I apologize that I wasn't watching the chat box, but I had missed something very important. So just briefly, I'm 1 degree away from the claim and mediation process. A family member recently went through that process.
Richard, yeah.
Yeah,
Hi.
So, hi. I'm not going to.
Sorry, it all clicked. Yeah.
Yes. So so we were geared. This individual was. I'm not going to go into names of names, and needless to say, I was very disappointed in the outcome. And so the claim went well. That process, then it went to mediation. It was geared towards mediation. The individual, the 1 degree family member, didn't feel like there was the capacity or power to stop the mediation and say, no, now we want to go to the investigation process, right? Because that would have been the next process if I'm not mistaken. And
Yep.
Does this office have subpoena power to, you know, you said evidence and witnesses, but do you have subpoena power to go out in the investigation process and actually, like, these workers that may no longer work for the company, to call them back? The workers that do work for the company, to call them into account and actually do, because there were things said during the mediation process. I didn't act as a fly on the wall because ethically, I wasn't allowed to do that because not all parties agreed. So I respected that as much as I wanted to be that fly on the wall. But some of the things that were shared with me, it was like, I don't know that those conversations really took place.
Right.
So do you have subpoena power?
We do. Yeah. Okay. We do. And of course, someone's going to know it. If you know it off the top of your head in Century Code, please shout it out exactly where. Richard, do you have my number? We should talk more because, by the way,
there'll be some other conversations that will come up in this regard, and we'll leave it for that. But that was one thing that's a question that's laid heavy on my mind, and I've been wanting to reach out to you with that. And then I will just say also to the legislators who are working on hate crime legislation, that's something I've delved into. Thank you for working on that. I'm writing a few articles as well. So I think it's time for us to move on. Sean will take us forward. Thank you very much. You sparked joy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much again for just allowing me to have this time. So thanks, everyone.
We so appreciate you and all the work you're doing, Erica. So thank you for joining us this morning. So we are going to jump straight into our next discussion. You scroll back up at the top of the chat. You were getting a lot of support from the group as well this morning. So thank you so much. So moving forward, I want to introduce Maura Ferguson. She is going to be leading our next panel discussion, which is the public policy on the horizon. Maura, the floor is yours. Thanks so much for leading this conversation. You're muted at the moment, but feel free to unmute anytime.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sean. And thank you, Commissioner Thunder, for that excellent talk you just gave. So I work for High Plains Fair Housing Center. We work closely with Commissioner Thunder's department as we are the advocacy and investigations arm of fair housing in North Dakota. So I personally work as an intake specialist. So among other things that I do for High Plains, one of my primary duties is to perform the intake calls and to really stand side by side with our clients and advocate for them and be with them throughout the process with the North Dakota Department of Labor and Human Rights, or sometimes direct mediation with the landlords as well. So thank you. We have some wonderful participants on this panel today. I'm going to go around and have them introduce themselves to you. We'll start with Senator Jonelle Bakke.
Hello, my name is Jonelle Bakke. I'm in the North Dakota Senate representing District 43, which is up in Grand Forks. I am a retired special education teacher and have 4 children of my own. I also did foster care for an extended period of time, and I was on the North Dakota Human Rights Coalition Board of Directors at one time as vice chair when Barry was chair. We kind of in fact, the very first summit and probably the first 4 or 5 were my responsibility. So I'm just so pleased to see that this has continued, because I think these conversations have always been so rich and so enlightening and so necessary, you know, given the lay of the land, particularly in North Dakota. So that's a little bit about my background.
Thank you so much, Senator Bakke. Next, we'll go to Representative Ruth Buffalo.
Did you guys hear Ruth or?
No, I can't hear Ruth. Ruth, are you muted? Let's see, I still can't hear you. I wonder if it's on the headset. That happened to me earlier this week too. Let's see. No, nope, still can't hear you, Ruth. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do the other 2 introductions and see if we can get, yes, okay, she'll log out and come back. So we'll do the other introductions and see if we can get Ruth audio. So next we'll go to Representative Mary Schneider.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many people here and so many wonderful advocates. I'm Mary Schneider. I'm an attorney and I'm in the North Dakota legislature representing District 21, which is the heart of Fargo. And I have been interested in human rights, I guess, in all of my occupations, which include being a police officer and a social services worker and a criminal justice researcher and a number of other things as well. But I did spend 34 years in legal services work as an executive director for 24 years in Minnesota and 10 years in management and litigation in North Dakota. And of course, that practice is one where we represent low-income, elderly, and disabled folks and take on impact projects that largely focus on human rights. So we've done a lot of legal work over the years with human rights issues. And then I was lucky enough as a Bush Foundation fellow to be able to go back and get my advanced law degree in international human rights in 2004 and 5. And then was able to use that in teaching law school for a brief time in Poland and working with the American Bar Association in trips to Tanzania and Rwanda and Northern Ireland on legal exchanges, looking at their justice systems and some of the issues that they might have there. But my work upcoming now is going to be in the legislature, and we're going to be talking about a little bit of that in a few minutes. And I bet Ruth Buffalo can add her credentials at this point.
Yes, I'm not sure if we have Ruth back yet.
I'm happy to sing her praises. She's an excellent
yeah,
representative.
She is amazing, and we are fortunate to have her here with us today. Let's have Commissioner Arlette Preston introduce herself, and then hopefully we'll have Ruth back.
Sure. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Arlette Preston. I'm currently serving on the Fargo City Commission, and my professional background is in nursing. So I spent a number of years, 30 some years in the healthcare system. And that's really, truly what I think got me aware of and interested in human rights issues, because healthcare is, it can be a pretty significant separator of populations when it comes to access to healthcare. Otherwise, I have been really kind of more in the background supporter of the Human Rights Coalition, not been actively involved in the organization, but more of a background supporter. On the City Commission, there's lots of issues that we're currently dealing with. So I'll share a bit about those as we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston. And I believe we have Representative Buffalo back. Hooray!
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. G'day, G'day, good morning in the Hidadza language. I'm Ruth Buffalo. I'm originally from Mandaree, and I live here in South Fargo with my family. We have 4 children. My husband and I are small business owners, and I'm just happy to be in this virtual space with everybody. So, Madzigidads, thank you in the Hidadza language.
We are happy that you're here with us too, Representative Buffalo. Thank you. So the first question that I have for all of you today is, I would love for you to share with our group any legislation or ordinances, anything that you're working on related to human rights that you will either personally be introducing or co-sponsoring or supporting in either the upcoming legislative session or through your work on your city commission. We'll start with Commissioner Preston on this one.
Thanks, Maura. You know, when it comes to legislation, ordinance level kind of activity, it's probably a little less going on right now with that. It's much more on the policy level. So we're dealing a lot with and working quite closely with the police department, trying to address some of the concerns that came up as a result of the George Floyd killing, and looking at the practices, the procedures inside the police department. We have a new police chief who is actually, he's going to be, I think, pretty good to work with. He is interested in data transparency, which is one of my big issues. We really don't have a good idea of how many hate crimes, how many, you know, the percentage of people of color that are being impacted by crimes more than others, even traffic citations that are happening with people of color versus others. So that's the first step, it seems to me, is to trying to get our arms wrapped around truly what the issues are and what the concerns should be and how we address them. Body cameras are coming. And he's fully supportive of that. Interesting thing with body cameras, on the one side, complaints tend to diminish, mostly because those complaints that might be not totally legitimate aren't followed through with. And but even more importantly, police behavior changes with body cameras. So the overall complaints drop mostly because of that. So I think that'll be really good. He's very interested in increasing the training for police. There really hasn't been a real concerted, consistent effort in training, not only, you know, on regular procedures for the police department, but also on the bias training. So that's moving forward. I don't know how much time we have for each of these questions. Maura, are you going to cover all 4 questions kind of?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good for now for yours, unless you have any more you'd like to share on this one. If not, we'll move on to Representatives Buffalo and Schneider and talk about the House of Representatives a bit.
Well, I'll start it off, Ruth, and please jump in at any point. Ruth and I currently are co-chairing a subcommittee of a group that is looking at human rights issues. And our subcommittee is looking at statewide legislation on hate crimes or bias crimes, as we also refer them to. And currently we've requested 2 bill drafts from Legislative Council who draws up the bills for the legislature, and we're awaiting those. They could come any day. And what we would like to accomplish with those is to get legislation to establish hate crimes and some solutions to those hate crimes in North Dakota. North Dakota is one of only 4 or 5 states that does not have any substantial bias legislation. And it has been tried in the past and defeated a couple of times. So this is an effort where we really need to work together with all types of groups and as many organizations. Erica and the commissioner would be very helpful in this regard, and other folks. And what we would like to have included in the legislation is the very broadest definitions that include gender identity and the newest language from the June 15th Supreme Court case that Commissioner Thunder was talking about. We want to have data collection that is very sketchy and currently voluntary within our state on bias motivated crimes. And we'd like to specifically mandate training of those who are involved in enforcement and interpretation of those hate crimes. And Representative Buffalo can talk about some of the reasons why it's important, I think, that we have this legislation and what we intend to accomplish with that. But that is one of the major areas that we're working on right now. And Ruth, additions to that?
Oh, thank you, Representative Schneider. I think you covered it really, really well. The only thing I would add is, just to echo the words of Representative Schneider, and that this piece of legislation would be helpful to improve the quality of life for everybody in North Dakota, and it's important to keep our talented people here. We have heard so many qualitative stories, data in terms of storytelling, and in that a lot of our talent leaves the state because of the discrimination that many face here in our homelands. And so this would be an additional tool to keep our talented people here. So that's really all I have to add. So thank you.
And another thing that we've talked about too is that the Crime Victims Reparations Fund, which tries to make victims of bias crimes now whole. Even though we don't have the means to really prosecute a biased crime, we do have the means to at least help people who've been damaged by that bad behavior through crime victims reparations. And I think Ruth and I both feel that the funding for that has been inadequate. That fund runs out of money all the time. And if we can do something also to expand that, that would be good. And I know Ruth has had some real tremendous successes in human rights generally. So this is not the only area that we'll be working on, but it is one that we're focused on now. And I greatly appreciate Representative Buffalo's help on that, but I think we can expect that there'll be other human rights issues that come up during the session as we get closer to having bills put in.
Thank you both so much. Senator Bakke, how about you?
Okay, it's nice to see all of you, and there are a couple things that I've been working on. One is that we're one of the few states that doesn't outlaw conversion therapy. And I'm assuming most of you know what it is, but for those who don't, conversion therapy is basically when an individual expresses their intent to live as a female, even though they're males, they're transgender, or somebody is gay, members of their family basically torture them physically, mentally, in an attempt to kind of change their their thought process, and it is sometimes can be extremely severe. And so that type of they call it therapy, and to me it isn't therapy, it's torture. So we have a bill in, Mary Adams is going to be sponsoring that in the House, and I will work on it in the Senate. Another one that we have is I'm putting together a resolution that will address racism and systemic racism in the state of North Dakota and what can be done to address this issue. I think a resolution is kind of I think if we try to make it into a bill, it's going to go down in a blaze of glory. But if I can get it into a resolution format, we might be able to get a study out of it or something. So we don't lose that opportunity. Last time I did take a bill in that looked for LGBTQ plus rights when it came to the workplace and their homes, that you couldn't discriminate based on sexual orientation. And so what happened is, of course, it went down because the main problem that I was told is that they wanted the transgender community taken out of the bill, and then they would pass it. And I wasn't willing to do that. So the bill went down, but now with the Supreme Court decision, I don't think we have to go back and put it in state law for the workplace. I think the federal government supersedes that, but I still would like to go over and get protection for homes and for their living space. And so I'm going to work on that. And while I'm doing it, I may just throw the workplace in there again. So I may resurrect that entire bill. But probably the biggest thing that I've been working on is I was named to the Juvenile Justice Commission, which is looking at totally revamping the juvenile justice system and taking some of the criminology out of it for our youth. Instead of, if a young 16, 17-year-old is caught with marijuana or commits a crime, rather than throwing them in prison and throwing away the key, we do something to remediate that child and to try to find out what is really going on in their life. And we had some consultants come in and they gave us some very specific things that North Dakota is not doing. And they said that our system was very archaic, which I suppose would surprise none of us. So we spent a significant amount of time this summer, this commission, looking at what we can do to totally rewrite the juvenile justice code. And it ended up to be about a 151-page bill. We no longer call kids delinquent or unruly, it's just child in need of services. And so there's as part of this whole process, a child, when they do get into trouble with the law, has to go through an evaluation to determine where and what is causing this problem and what we can do to fix it. And then it lays out, steps so that they aren't building a criminal record. They're getting the help they need in their family. Now, if they commit murder, if they do an armed robbery, those are entirely different things. But for those more what I would call soft crimes, they've just had an argument with mom and dad and they've walked out, truancy, those types of things, we aren't really solving the problem by putting them in juvenile detention. We need to look and see what is the problem and how we can fix that. So those are the ones I'm working on at this point. And by the way, Mary and Ruth, I would very much like to co-sponsor that hate crime bill. So let me know if I can have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. You know, I have to say, as a social worker and an advocate and someone who cares very much about human rights in North Dakota, this has been a tough year for those of us who care about other people. And I have to say that I have found so much hope and comfort in working with all of you this year, but knowing what you all are doing to fight for the people of North Dakota and all of the people of North Dakota is more meaningful than you know. So thank you all very much. That said, the next question I'll let whomever feels compelled to answer. You know, we are aware of now these positive motions moving forward, but are you aware of any upcoming policies or anything that is in the works from the majority party that may not work towards our goals of social justice and or human rights?
We always have surprises, but I have heard already things about the status of women and repressions of women's rights. So I'm afraid that's going to be another repeated issue that we've seen in previous sessions. And I am concerned with that. And as a member of the Government and Veterans Affairs Committee, in each session, I've seen voter repression measures also. So I think we have to be alert to those kinds of issues that come up either in the form of chipping away at initiated measures, which are the voice of the people in North Dakota, or at making it more difficult for individuals to vote. You know, we've seen such variety and numerous instances of that, so we need to be alert to that.
The one thing I would like to say about that is we have redistricting coming up, and when they do redistricting, it's usually the majority party drawing all those lines so that they're more favorable to their election. I know that at one time, my district, there was a section of my district that was extremely strong, Democratic district. And during the last redistricting, they took that piece out and added it to another district, which was strong Democrat, which made mine more of a more Republican, and also one that took away some of our incumbents, so that the Republicans had a way in. And I just find that appalling that we don't, there should be no party and, you know, sight or consideration when you're doing redistricting. It should be based on, what makes sense as far as, you know, area and space and cleaner lines, and that just doesn't happen. And I do want to echo what Mary said, and that's the whole women's rights and abortion in particular. What they have been attempting to do, the pro-life individuals, is each session they come with one method of abortion and get it outlawed. And what they're trying to do is basically tick off every single method by which abortions are done. And some of the language they use, it's so offensive, and it's so, I mean, it's just, it's hard for someone to vote against the language because of the way they write it. And so it, you know, I know that I'm going to be in big trouble when it comes to my reelection, simply because I did not support it, because I felt that it doesn't have a place in our Constitution. The language that was used, I thought it was horrific when they talked about, you know, pulling pieces out of a woman's uterus. All this is now in our century code, and I find that appalling. But I think they will be coming back with an attack on some other form of abortion, so that they're kind of inching their way towards totally doing away with abortion. They also attacked the ERA amendment and wanted to take away North Dakota's ratification of the ERA amendment. And it was interesting, but when I approached a West Fargo senator and said, are you going to vote for that bill, which would take our ratification away? And he said, oh, absolutely. And I said, can I ask you why? And he said, because those people will want rights. And I said, what do you mean those people? He says, you know, those people who don't know whether they're a boy or a girl. So, I mean, you have some pretty deep-seated biases and I didn't even know how to respond to the man when he said that, because I thought, are you kidding me? We're really back at that point in history where we don't recognize people's human right to be who they are. I don't know. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go after the ERA amendment again, but those are my thoughts.
From the city level, at least in Fargo, we don't have anything really egregious on the local level. I think we all watch the state for those kinds of things. But the thing that we probably struggle with the most is human rights for individuals that are mentally ill and have chemical dependency issues. And that relates to the interaction with police. And we certainly saw a major issue with all of that in the downtown area this summer going into fall. There has been some hope in the Department of Health and the police department were starting to work together. I truly believe public health is every bit as much of public safety as the police department is. And it's getting to be more and more so that way with the incidence of mental health or mental illness in our community. So, you know, I think the only thing that has happened recently that kind of raised my red flags was the business community, because of the frustrations they were having this summer, were pushing the police department to solve this broader mental health chemical dependency issue with law enforcement, which in my mind, it's not going to happen that way. It's got to be a much broader focus. And an anti-fighting ordinance came to us, or the request to actually write one. And we did stop that because in my mind, it will be an ordinance that will be used against the chronically homeless that are that have no other option sometimes than being on the street. So looking at that problem with a whole different approach, I think is terrifically important. But that's the only thing that I can think of that was kind of egregious.
Hey, this is Ruth. So I appreciate all of this discussion. It's very rich and meaningful. So I would add that based off of the patterns of what the state legislative assembly has shown us, you know, even at the local level in Bismarck, I think of the renaming Custer Park efforts and how the local Bismarck Park Board then, as a result, issued or implemented a new policy that would prevent looking at name changes for every 15 years. So that's a decade and a half. And so based off of the behavior and the patterns that we have witnessed within the state legislative assembly, in my perspective, there's a lot of fear, which we shouldn't be surprised of because our country basically was founded on the basis of fear. And so I think finding ways to overcome that fear, but and just to continue focusing on the tasks at hand because people's lives are literally in jeopardy. You know, I mean, our governor finally implemented a mask mandate at 10 o'clock last night, which is great, but I think the victims' families of COVID-19 would beg to differ that it was a bit too late. And so how do we work further upstream to find root cause solutions? You know, of course, always being solution oriented, but my guess is that there will be some very interesting bills coming out. You know, we saw that during the No DAPL movement of all of the different bills that really infringed upon our human rights, our indigenous rights. But the thing is to, again, to stay focused on the task at hand and to support one another And, you know, we saw the success at the local level in the city of Fargo with approval voting, which is now a movement throughout the United States for fair elections. But again, there's fear within the legislative assembly. And so that's my understanding as to why like a plastic bag ban was issued statewide, also prohibiting another separate piece of legislation that was prohibiting the increase of minimum wage as well. So yeah, there's patterns there that we have already witnessed. And so even before I was in elected office, you know, there's so many things you can do. You don't have to be an elected office or elected official to make change. You know, we had introduced a cultural competency bill in 2017 to sort of counter the harmful bills that were coming out of the legislature. It was kind of more of let us help us help you by giving you additional skills and knowledge that you perhaps didn't get within your household or within the K through 12 system. And it wasn't only for Native Americans, it was for all people, all religions, all sexual orientations, but it died by 6 votes in the Senate floor. We were able to get Senator Richard Marcelese to champion that bill. And of course, the language, cultural competency is very outdated, and we knew that even in 2017, but there again, we're in North Dakota, so we felt we had to start at ground zero. So that's just some of my thoughts at this time. Thank you.
You know, another danger that we have to guard against in this session, which is a different one with COVID and the hardships that people are facing and the decline in revenue within the state, has to do with the human right to basic needs, to have your basic needs met. And anytime we see the legislature saying, oh, we don't have enough money, we look at who's going to be impacted by that. And I think we really have to be alert to cutbacks in services for the elderly, the disabled, those in most need of the protection of the state, because it's a tacit way to undercut human rights, I think, to go after groups that need to depend on services and funding from the state. So we have to watch out when we hear legislators saying, well, we can't afford to do that this time. We have to be alert to the fact that we need to protect the basic human rights of access to needs and services. We have really no excuse in our state with the resources that we have to even have poverty in our state. And we ought not to fall for the excuse that we can't afford to move ahead with helping those who are most vulnerable and most in need of our protection in this session or any other.
Maura, if I could add to that too, I think the thing that scares me also in regards to COVID is the evictions that are probably going to happen and the number of homeless that we're going to end up having, and what happens then with the income inequalities that exist in our society and specifically within our community. It's going to get to be a broader and broader gap. So it's going to be not just those that are currently vulnerable, but we're going to have a whole lot more that are going to be in finding themselves in that status, which you know, we don't know for sure when this is going to end and how many people it's going to impact. We're watching the eviction numbers really closely, trying to figure out how do we stem this. But it's a tough one to figure out even. So.
You know, as working with High Plains Fair Housing Center, that is a big increase. We've seen a sharp uptick in calls regarding evictions and discrimination with regard to evictions. And quite frankly, I personally am terrified of what's going to happen in January. It's hard to sit and listen to people on the other side of the phone who are saying to me, I don't know where I'm going to go with my kids. I don't know what we're going to do. And so I share that concern. Representative Buffalo.
Yes, I also want to add to Commissioner Preston's comments, sitting, kind of elbow to elbow, so to speak, with different legislators across the state in the last legislative session. And it's interesting the difference in our beliefs and values. And a lot of the majority of the legislators, not all, not painting them with a broad stroke, but the interesting thing that I found was that there are a striking number of individuals within the legislative body who do not believe that there is income equality. They don't believe in that, and so how do you start at ground zero to educate people of the social determinants of health, which is connected to everything, our basic human rights, the right to have access to healthcare, quality healthcare, behavioral health services, a roof over our head, food, a safe place to lay your head at night. But a lot of that is income inequality, but there's many that do not believe that exists. And so how do we continue to educate and not give up? And then also the rent bridge program that the state of North Dakota put forward, it looks good on paper. And that's the other thing, is making sure that things are more than just looking good on paper. And so people need to tell these programs that the rent bridge program is not enough. Because quite honestly, prior to the pandemic, I was advocating for an individual for months and going through the process here in the Fargo area regarding rental assistance. Went through all the different agencies, went to the homeless coalition meeting, asked this question. The question was, why do we have to provide assistance to people when they're on the brink of eviction? People in a lot of these different agencies, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I found within my experience of helping this individual, who is a citizen of a tribal nation in North Dakota living in Fargo. They told her they wouldn't help her unless she had an eviction notice. Well, we were trying to prevent her from getting to that point. And this individual unfortunately passed away earlier in the pandemic. So.
That is heartbreaking and very difficult to hear, and is something that I notice very frequently and more frequently in our intake calls as of late. Senator Bakke.
Early on in the pandemic, I don't know, Ruth and Mary, I think it was sometime in June, May or June, our caucus has been meeting. We were meeting twice a week. Now we're down to once a week. And we've been talking about some of the issues that were coming up because of the pandemic, and evictions was one of the pieces we had a conversation about. And we strongly encouraged the governor to do an executive order outlawing the practice of evictions in the state of North Dakota during the pandemic. He flatly, absolutely said he would not support that he didn't feel that the people of North Dakota would evict somebody during a pandemic, that they're basically good people and that wouldn't happen. And so he wouldn't put that mandate in place. And, being up here in Grand Forks and having a police officer killed when he went to serve an eviction notice made me kind of angry, because if that eviction piece had been put in place, that young man may not have been killed, because he wouldn't have been there to do an eviction notice. So I think we need to really hold our public leaders accountable for decisions they make in that respect. And I think too often we just sort of dismiss it as, well, that's just sort of what they do. I think we need to become louder, and it doesn't work for myself or any of the other legislators or any of the other city leaders who are on this phone call or on this Zoom call to write things, because they just dismiss us as partisan politics. They don't give any merit to it, but they need to start hearing from other citizens, and it needs to be a pretty loud voice that these sorts of things are just not acceptable, and that we need to advocate more for the human rights of individuals And this pandemic brought a lot of things to the surface that I don't think people had realized. You know, the hunger that's been going on, the increase in domestic violence and children who have been the subject of that. There's just been, I serve on the Zoom board for the the zone board for the Grand Forks district. And we've just seen a huge increase in domestic violence and child abuse, all that sort of stuff, because they're at home with parents who are trying to work at home and the kids are bugging them, and it just explodes. And we kind of expected that, but it's still difficult to see it happening and not be able to stop it. So I just really would appreciate, you know, when you feel passionately about somebody or some issue, to put it out there, let people know that you don't agree with what's happening. And it only helps us when we're sitting in the legislature promoting something. Someone asked a question about conversion therapy and would it focus on the youth or anyone regardless of age. And the way Mary Adams wrote it is she was looking just at people under the age of 18, but I have been encouraging her to make it all individuals, not just children. So that's something, you know, we're going to work on, and we may amend the bill so that it's for everybody, because I don't think it's right, no matter who you're doing it to. It's just wrong.
Thank you,
That was
Senator
just one
Bakke.
question that's up.
I will say too, here at High Plains Fair Housing Center, we did a lot of advocacy early in the pandemic regarding eviction protection. And the day that Officer Holte and Lola Moore, because there were 2 deaths in that situation, was a hard day for us as an organization, because you're exactly right, Senator Bakke. Had our calls not fallen on deaf ears, we could have 2 people in our community still alive today. It's hard. I have one more question that is extremely important. So I understand we're getting near the end of our time, but I think this is very important, and we've touched on it a bit throughout the panel. And I'd like to start with Representative Buffalo, if that's okay. You know, the theme of today's summit is Organize for Change. And I think Senator Bakke spoke very well, as well as Representative Buffalo, that, you know, we need to activate our citizens, our residents, if we're going to affect any positive change. How can the average North Dakota resident be engaged in helping these changes to occur? We'll start with Representative Buffalo.
I would say just, you know, by staying informed, you know, doing your research, making sure that the sources that you're getting your information from are credible, making sure that's huge. So making sure that the source of information that you are gathering your information from is a valid source. So valid sources for who you're getting your information from is super important. So fact checking is super important. I mean, I did a lot of phone banking within this past election locally and throughout the country. And that was one of the main things I heard here in North Dakota from people on the phones, was that they don't know what to believe anymore. You know, and so that's a huge problem, because we know that millions of dollars are being poured into media to push a certain narrative. And so fact checking, making sure your sources are reliable is super important. The average citizen can take action from where they're at, you know, by doing your research, reaching out to your respective legislators, even just having a conversation with another person. That's how change starts. And just by supporting one another, leaving the egos at the door, having those uncomfortable conversations, taking courage to maybe address the elephant in the room, so to speak, because quite often I believe that's what the negative forces want. They want division. They want people isolated. They want to keep people in silos. And so we need to rise above and do the uncomfortable, hard things and talk to one another. Face to face, not online attacks. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Buffalo. Representative Schneider, I'll have you go next.
Communication is so important, and we want to know your ideas, your issues, your concerns. So that's the bottom line for for people to become active. It's let us know what you're thinking, what your issues and problems are. And then just from a legislative perspective, if you can make your voice heard in a way that's comfortable for you, we love to have your input in the form of emails or telephone calls, testifying on bills that are of importance to you, writing communications, getting together with others, coordinating, collaborating, and communicating, I think, are things that we can all do that provide strength and support to make change possible. So don't be afraid, speak up. There are no dumb comments or questions or concerns, but use your voice.
Thank you so much, Representative Schneider. Senator Bakke.
You know, this is kind of bittersweet to say this, but the way we can make the biggest difference is our vote. And this legislative session was pretty difficult for me. When the first time I was in the Senate, I came in with 9 individuals, 9 new senators, and we were at 21 people in the North Dakota Senate. And there are only 47 seats. So we were positioned in a beautiful spot because they had to work with us because there were so many of us that all we had to do was pull 1 or 2 of the Republican senators to our side and we could get a bill passed. Well, when I went in this last time, there were 10 of us. And after the vote in November, there are now 7 of us. So there are 7 Democratic senators in the North Dakota Senate, which means that we are 1 shy of filling the committees. Our minority leader is having to sit on appropriations with Tim Mathern, just so that we have 2 people on appropriations, which is important. It increases my workload. It increases everybody's workload when the numbers are that low. So out of 47 people, we have 7 senators. Out of 94 people in the House of Representatives, we now have 14, excuse me, 14. So when you have this kind of imbalance in a legislature, we have no members of the statewide offices. There are no individuals in what they call the tower that are Democrats. So that voice is silenced there. It is now silenced in both houses and both chambers. There isn't a lot you can do. You can bring these issues up. You can make a lot of noise, but you can't move the agenda forward when there are so few of you. So I think what we need to do, and what I would like to see the North Dakota Human Rights Coalition do is, and I know you're already doing it, but we're really going to need you to do it this time, is hold these people accountable for their votes, hold them accountable for the things they say on the floor, hold them accountable and just keep whacking away at them. You have to realize right now we have 3 people in the Senate that live west of I-29. 3 people in the Democratic Party that live west of I-29. I've been thinking of moving west of I-29 just so I can say I'm on the other side, but then I wouldn't be in my district. And I don't know, I think the breakdown in the House is about the same, if I'm not correct. I think there's probably even less west of I-29. So we really have a huge imbalance. And when you have that imbalance, there's just a lot of things that are going to happen because nobody's holding them accountable. They can do whatever they want. They can sponsor whatever they want. They can do absolutely everything and anything, and nobody can stop them. And that, to me, is concerning because when you enter those chambers, you need to take off your Democrat or Republican hat and put it to the side, and you need to do what's best for the people of North Dakota. But when you think of this as a game, let's see how few Democrats we can get there, and it's a big game, and you just want to promote things just because you can do it, that's wrong. I think that's really wrong. And so I don't really know what we can do. I mean, I was really encouraged. I thought we would have picked up more seats. But the hold that individuals like Donald Trump have on North Dakota is really discouraging. How anyone could vote, from my perspective and in my opinion, how anyone could vote for that man because he's just a deplorable individual is beyond me, but yet the state of North Dakota did overwhelmingly. So I think it's a big job, but we need to bring some balance back to Bismarck. And I don't know how we do that.
Thank you. I want to give Commissioner Preston a chance to answer, and then we'll turn it over to Sean for a Q&A.
Sure. I think in the city of Fargo, probably the best thing you can do is stay engaged, get engaged. And maybe the easiest way to do that is monitor the city commission agenda, the Native American Commission agenda, and the Human Relations Commission agenda. They're all taped and available online, so you don't have to go to the meetings, just watch them or at least read the agendas and the minutes. Once you are engaged, emails, phone calls, testifying, bringing your thoughts in front of each one of those commissions is important. At the city commission level, I am working really hard on getting the public comments back into the agenda that got dropped with COVID, which I fully disagree with. And we're trying to get that back on virtually. So once that's back on, you'll be able to bring concerns directly to the city commission as well. But those are the things I would suggest.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Preston. And thank you to all four of you for your time and your words today. This was a very helpful discussion. So thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. I think in the interest of time, many of our questions, there are a few that are very specific about certain potential bills. And then there are some very generic ones that I think tie really well into our next panel discussion. So I'm going to ask everybody to bear with me for two reasons. One, if you aren't aware, the North Dakota Human Rights Coalition has, over the last 4 sessions, had an advocate or a legislative coordinator at the state capitol during the legislative session to help advocate for bills that are related to the work that we do: human rights, social justice, civil rights, all of the wonderful things we've been talking about today. We have some amazing candidates this year that we're going to begin interviewing next week, over the next couple of weeks. And we hope to do exactly as board member Tawny Kale suggested. I think it's a great suggestion to actually have regularly scheduled Zoom conversations about what's happening in Bismarck. And I think that what we'll plan on doing is, after we get that legislative coordinator hired, we'll schedule a meeting and we can start diving directly into some of the more specifics of each of the pieces of legislation that will be coming through. The second thing, as I said, because it's a Zoom call, normally we could eat into lunch a little bit and go a bit longer, but because we're all online for just a limited period of time, if it's okay with you, if we move those other questions into this next conversation, that would be great, because some of the questions Brandy asked, how do we move forward, tie directly, I think, into this discussion that we're about to start. And Brandy, I hope you hold on to that question, because I'm super curious about your devil's advocate question, which I think might work really well in this next session as well. So invite Dr. Kirsten Nelson to the stage to welcome our next round of guests and to start our next discussion. How do we get ready organization in action. It's great to have you back, Kirsten.
Yeah, it's good to be here. You can hear me okay?
You sound great. And we can
Great.
see you just
Okay.
fine too.
Okay, super. Yeah, so we have a great panel here today. I'll start. I'm Kirsten Nelson. I'm an associate professor of political science at NDSU, but I'm also a past chair and board member of NDHRC. So you've probably seen me around at some of these before. So with that, I'm going to ask each of my panel members to just quickly introduce themselves. They have a more extensive bio in the program. But if we are ready to go, Amy Jacobson, do you want to do your intro first?
Sure. Well, my name is Amy Jacobson. Thank you for having me here today on this panel to talk about organizing. Just a little bit about myself is that for basically the entirety of my professional career, I've been an organizer on a lot of different issues, specifically on women's reproductive rights and on equality issues. So kind of building up and supporting and encouraging a movement in the state of North Dakota. I did that as executive director of Planned Parenthood here in North Dakota for 15 years. But I will say I'm kind of an organizer at heart. I think it's something that I've done my entire life. And so I'm excited to talk with you all and get everybody excited about what we can be doing to move things forward in the state of North Dakota. I currently am serving as the executive director of Prairie Action ND. I would encourage everybody to check it out. It's a fairly new organization here in the state. And our role is really a communications entity to lift up and to amplify progressive voices and progressive issues in the state of North Dakota. So I look forward to chatting with you all today.
Great, thanks, Amy. Clara Derby, would you like to go second?
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Clara Derby. I am in my final semester at MSUM. I'm a climate justice activist. I was the co-organizer of the March for Climate Justice in Fargo this past September. I'm working on building a coalition of environmentalists and others with climate concerns here in Fargo. I also was a staff member on Dr. Shelley's Lenses gubernatorial campaign. So now that that's wrapped up, I'm looking forward to putting more of my effort to what I can do here in Fargo.
Great, thanks, Clara. Thanks for being here today. Carrie Evans.
Hello. Sorry, I was just writing a thought down. I'm Carrie Evans. I am a newly elected city council member here in Minot. With my win in June, I became the state's first openly lesbian elected official in any capacity. So that's interesting. My background before this was mostly organizing in the LGBTQ movement. I did state level organizing in Louisiana and Maryland and was at the national level with the Human Rights Campaign and the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, and brought all those skills and experience here to Minot, and we are building a progressive movement here in Minot, so watch out, Fargo.
Thanks, Carrie. And then finally, Senator Kathy Hogan.
Thanks. I'm Senator Kathy Hogan, and I represent the heart of Fargo with Representative Schneider, District 21. I've been in the legislature since 2009. Most of my professional career was in human services. I worked in human services at human service centers and as director of Cass County for 40 years. So I've done community organizing. And besides that, I was a pretty active Democrat.
Great, thank you. We did have one other person lined up to be on the panel today, Adam Martin, but he had some family business to take care of at the last minute. So it's going to be the four of us today. And with that, I will invite people. I have a couple questions lined up, but we have some from the previous panel. And also as we go through here, as you've been doing all day, to throw things in the chat, we can integrate those as we can. So my first question, and since we'll start with Clara on this one, when you hear the word organizing or organizer, what does that mean to you?
Sort of two words come to mind, collaboration and community building, which I guess would be three words. So how I understand organizing is, let me back up. So in the idea of a democracy, every single person carries a certain amount of power. And individually, that power is not necessarily very influential. And so the idea of organizing is collecting that power into a group and then directing it to a common goal. And so to be able to do that, you need to have people moving in the same direction, having an understanding of the goals, and having that sense of community as well. Organizing is really hard work and it's really emotional work. And so to have that community to support you and lean on and have systems of mutual aid is really crucial to be an effective organizer. And so collaboration, and then going back to collaboration, it's important both within your direct base, but then also building coalitions of allies across other issues and building those ideas of intersectionality. And especially in a more conservative state in North Dakota, we have really limited resources, and different organizations, in my opinion, can't really be fighting over that. So looking at ways to build those collaboration relationships is going to be really important for any of us to be successful. And then personally, just my approach to working with those in power who I'm trying to influence and direct the people's power towards, I like to take a more collaborative approach with them as well. I don't necessarily think it's always the most effective to come in right away, guns a-blazing, and really trying to find common ground with everyone that you approach and see where we can work together. And in the end, everyone wins.
Great, thank you. Carrie, would you like to go next?
Well, Clara, everything Clara said. You know, organizing is small and it's big. It is, you know, setting a goal and organizing as a strategy to get to that goal. You know, whether that is organizing a potluck on your city block or organizing, you know, people to vote for a presidential candidate, the strategies are the same. What Clara said is connecting with people and getting them to buy into the goal and into the strategies to achieve that goal. And, you know, each effort is going to involve a very different, like there's some commonalities among organizing across, you know, even conservatives and liberals. I mean, the tactics are often the same. We just organize around very different goals. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, they're different, but there's some core principles that I think we'll talk about a bit more that lead to successful organizing and hopefully achieving the goal.
Great, thank you. Kathy, do you want to add on to that?
Sure. I think sometimes a person or a group of people have to first see and respond to a need. You have to frame that there's a problem. And some people don't have the ability, but good organizers really can do that. And they are able to frame it in a simple enough message that they can communicate and build a collaboration. The ability to frame the issue is really important. And then to take action, because a lot of us see a lot of problems that we don't do anything about, and that's a common reality. But that taking action and then empowering allies. And I really liked what Carrie said about there are little tiny neighborhood efforts, and then there are giant civil rights movements. And organizing in some ways those core principles of naming the issue of taking action and empowering allies, I think apply to little ones and big ones together.
Great, thank you. And Amy, you want to finish us off on this question?
Sure. Well, I agree fully with what everybody has already said. I think the only thing that I would add when I think about what it is, what an organizer is, or I think about really it's somebody who's a change maker, somebody who's a relationship builder, somebody who's not necessarily the face of an issue, but somebody who's sort of the unifier of an issue. And really the goal of an organizer is to really help other people, help people who have shared values come together and use the resources that they have. And those resources can be all kinds of different things. It does not have to be money. It's helpful when it is money, but it's networks, it's relationships, it's talents, skills, connections, bringing those resources together to create the power that they're going to need, because they're not necessarily the people in power, in elected power. So taking your resources to build the power we need together to get the changes that we're going to need in our community. And they can be, from a group who's upset about school boundary changes, and you really come together, not necessarily it can be if you've identified an issue, but a lot of times it's really about finding people who have shared values and then identifying an issue that you all feel needs to change, and then pooling your talents and your stories and your relationships to make sure that happens.
Great, thank you. Well, and I feel like you all set us up really well for this next question. Kind of got the 1,000-foot view, and now thinking about the nuts and bolts. So maybe Carrie, you could start us off on this question. What are the most important skills or tools that you use as an organizer?
You have to have a plan. You know, you can't just, you know, wing it. This is, you know, you need a good field plan, whatever the issue is, right? You need a field plan, you need a legislative plan if it's legislative, and your benchmarks and reaching those goals. Of course, amending the plan as circumstances change, because they always do when you're working on things. But I think staying focused, because it's very easy to, you know, get down rabbit holes, or, you know, oh my God, there's this problem and this problem. You know, if your goal, you know, for instance, like ours in Maryland was marriage equality. We were laser focused. That was it. We had to defend our law in front of voters on referendum. So nothing was going to distract for that. We stuck to the plan. We adjusted it. You know, we use strategies like Clara was talking about, is, you know, working with unlikely allies. But I think the most important thing is staying focused. And as an organizer, it's your job to keep the people organized. You know, that's why you're an organizer. You know, so if you have phone bankers, they need to be phone banking. And if you have canvassers, they need to be canvassing. But really being the conductor of the orchestra to make sure everybody is doing their part in the efforts, and giving them the skills and tools needed to execute their job.
Great, thank you. Kathy. Oh, you're muted.
I am muted now. I'm sorry. Carrie, you talked most of my speaking points. The other thing organizers have to do is be persistent. This is really hard work. It is so easy to get discouraged, and you're going to have moments of significant lack of support or internal conflicts. And I think persistence, good organizers are unbelievably persistent. And then I think the other really important skill is to articulate the issue simply. The simpler you can keep an issue, the better it is to empower the message. And then you have to see the big goal with all the details simultaneously. And so those are my three.
Yeah, that sounds like Carrie's point, that organizing is big and small at the same time, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, having those two perspectives. Great, thank you. Amy.
The most important skills I think an organizer really needs to have are pretty basic human skills. I think we need to be good listeners. So when we're talking with community members and we're working together, we need to hear what their real concerns are, not with an agenda in the back of our head, but being ready to kind of pick up on the things where we can come together and empower people to step forward and share their stories. I think organizers, we need to also be good connectors and networkers. So finding ways to bring more and more voices to the table in ways that maybe sometimes are creative, and thinking outside of the box and making sure that those coalition or partnerships happen. And ultimately, there's, I think, two other things I would say for organizers are that organizers need to be trustworthy. Like, people need to know that you are going to stand by your word, that you're there to work with them, not for them. And that ultimately, I think it's like what Ruth had said either earlier, is like, leave your ego at the door. Like, this is not about you as an individual organizer, but it's really about creating the change that's needed in your community with the people who share your values and your visions in order to make that happen. So I think just in one thing to kind of connect back to what Kathy was saying too, is for organizers, I also think it's really important to be able to identify the silver linings in your work. Like, we all live in this state, right? It's bright red. We don't have a whole lot of power as progressive people. We have, like we said, 21 legislators total. So find that silver lining in that work, because you might not get the big thing at first, and that's always hard too. But but we need to find what the win was and lift that up and tout it and share it, because without that, we kill our momentum and we kill any potential partnerships or life really that we're bringing to this work.
Great, thank you. And maybe, Carrie, you brought up the idea of a plan. When you make plans, are you incorporating those small wins, or is that kind of something that you identify on the fly?
So it depends. One of the, things is organizing is very different, everywhere you go, right? I've had the fortune of working, on huge, multi-million-dollar campaigns where, if you're a field organizer, that's all you're doing, field organizing. North Dakota, that's not the case. If you're an organizer, you're probably also the media director, the social media person, the, lobbyist, you're everything.
And the custodian, right?
And the custodian and, taking the, yes. So, I mean, I think, a role of an organizer is very different in the context. So yeah, and the plan, like you want those small wins in there, but sometimes those small wins just come and you don't, sort of, oh, I didn't even identify that as a win. And somebody points that out to you or says, hey, that was really great. And you're like, oh, maybe we should do a press release on that. That was really good. So I think, sometimes you do write in your smaller goals, but oftentimes they're unexpected and pleasant surprises.
Thank you. Clara, do you want to take a crack at this question about tools and skills?
Yeah, kind of just echoing what everyone else has said, but it's in a little bit more of a grassroots organizing context. So organizing is about people, and you have to have really strong people skills, specifically building trust while also setting boundaries. I think Carrie said it's easy to see all of these issues and go down different rabbit holes, but then setting boundaries of like, this is what the common goal is. And especially in grassroots organizing, there isn't necessarily any sort of hierarchy of power. And so building those relationships and then leading through those relationships is really important. And I think especially personally as an organizer, having really strong self-care practices is going to be really important for just your longevity. Like we've said a couple times now, I mean, this is a difficult state to be a progressive organizer in, and you're going to take some hard hits. And so leaning on your community and knowing when to take time for yourself and refill your cup is really important to keep that long-term momentum going.
Great, thank you. Thanks for all those perspectives. That was great. One thing I would like to follow up with, I hear a lot about one-on-ones, and maybe this relates to the relationship building, but if any of you could maybe speak to what one-on-ones are and how you use them in your work.
I'd be happy to go first. As someone who has been a professional organizer and also hired organizers, one-on-ones are really a tactic or a tool that we use to make connections in the community. It's really about sitting down one-on-one with somebody and learning more about them. You go in with an agenda, though. You do want to kind of, keep your ear kind of tuned for the things that are like that might be helpful in the work that you're doing, or ways that you could lift up and amplify their work or their leadership in the community. So for me, at least, it's really about like getting out into the community, making sure you're meeting a lot of people in your community, finding those shared connections and values, and then finding ways to help and work with that person to continue to actually, to come into a movement and to sustain a movement.
Great, thank you. Any other panel members want to?
It reminded me of an incident that 30 years ago I said, and I did this for 2 years, was make a list of the 100 most influential and affluent people in your community, and then try to have connections with them. Think about that. In each of our communities, who would those people be, and how are my relationships with them? That's a really fun thinking game to do, because it builds relationships. And it's always amazing as you begin to think who has power, which is the ability to influence in your local communities. If you name those 100 people, then you can build those relationships. So target your time on people with significant influence.
Thanks. Carrie, I saw you unmuted yourself too. Did you want to?
Yeah, so I was going to, so what Kathy's talking about, we call grass tops. You know, and in my campaign, I focused exclusively on grass tops. I did not have the luxury resources to go to the grassroots. Your grass tops is going to get to your grassroots. So again, figure out those people who are influential in their spheres and networks. They may not be the richest, right? They may just be, you know, that person who has, you know, is very well respected in their part of the community, or, you know, as a religious leader kind of thing, and focus, you know, very hard on getting those grass tops, you know, on your side, because they then can do the work with their grassroots and save you the time and resources if they're on your side already.
Great, thanks. Clara, did you want to weigh in on this?
Sure. I guess just like as like a younger organizer, most people that I talk to just have more experience than me. And so always going in with like an open mind and just like a really strong desire to learn from these people. Every time I have a one-on-one with someone, I always come away with just a broader perspective on the issue that I'm focusing on. And that always opens up so many other avenues and just brings more ideas for different approaches. And so always never assuming that you're the expert in the room and always seeking to learn from those around you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I think I've heard other people say too, like everybody is the expert of their own lives, right? And so this is your chance to hear that from everybody in a very intimate and listening sort of setting. Great. So my next question is, what do you think is the most misunderstood about your work? And I think we are to Kathy, if Kathy wants to start out on this question.
My first thought was how endless it is. And I think that's that self-care kind of issues, that really changing attitudes and patterns and behaviors takes years. And because we have so many challenges with our behaviors and our patterns and our way of thinking, you think about the suffragists and the 100 years they persisted. That I think one of the most misunderstood is the idea that somehow or other we're going to change this in 2 years or 4 years or 6 years. And so I think that's the difficulty of justice work.
Great, thank you. Amy.
I completely do agree with Kathy on that one too. It's especially in North Dakota for, you know, people who care about human rights. Sadly to say that out loud, that's awful, but it is a long road, and we don't have, you know, it's going to be, so it is something that's going to take a long time, and it can be challenging to recognize that. But I think just in basic things about organizing that might be misunderstood too, is that organizers are not just the worker bees. I think organizers are, for movements, whether it's a grassroots, whether it's a paid organizer, whatever it is, they're really really the base of this work. Oftentimes they are working tirelessly, and they're not just someone who's, you know, like disposable. They're intimately involved with the people in the community. They have the trust of the community. They bring that to, if there's other structures of leadership within that movement potentially. But really, I mean, I think organizers are, I love organizers. And I think I think sometimes they're not given the credit. They're not just, you know, a door knocker or just, you know, somebody doing just something. They're important. And then also, I just think that, you know, as an organizer, I think you don't want to misunderstand, like you don't go into being an organizer thinking you're going to set the agenda, you know. So I think that's just one thing, that if somebody's going into that work or building up on that work, just knowing that is a part of a bigger picture.
Great, thank you. And you know, to that point about not just a door knocker, and I am only a, you know, amateur organizer, but this sense of like that what organizing is some sort of innate skills that everybody knows, right? That we can all do this because we all know how to talk to people, but that it's actually really discrete skills that you need to learn and know how to implement. So maybe that's to the undervaluing part of your comment. Clara, what do you think is the most misunderstood part of your work?
I think for me personally, the thing that I didn't anticipate getting into this work was just like the heaviness and the recoil after certain events. After the March for Climate Justice, after like screaming into a megaphone for a couple hours, I felt powerful for like maybe like 3 hours after that. And then it was just like a week of just this recoil of just like, and I couldn't really figure it out. It's like putting yourself in that vulnerable place and then going back in your head of like, oh, I could have said this better. I didn't anticipate this. This was just such a small drop and such a huge issue. What can I be doing more? And having that understanding too. I mean, a week ago, I got done with a statewide campaign where we lost by quite a big margin after months and months and months of hard work, and having that acceptance that you can do everything perfectly and give it 110%, and there's this distinct possibility that you'll still fail. And then I think it's important, and something that I'm still learning, is to contextualize those losses and contextualize your work into the broader picture. Senator Hogan mentioned the 100-year struggle for the women's vote. And so understanding that you have to balance both being a visionary and thinking beyond what this work could be in the long term, and like reimagining like our entire structures of how we approach our relationship to nature, how we govern ourselves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But knowing that you and your work is just such a small part of that history, and not getting discouraged by that.
Great, thank you. And then Carrie, I'm going to speak to this question.
So, you know, again, Kathy always steals my stuff and I steal her stuff. You know, when I started this work, you know, in college, you know, as a teenager, you know, I was like, boom, we're going to have racial justice in 5 years. We're going to have marriage, you know, like you really don't have a good understanding of sort of social change. You know, I was really glad I went to graduate school in sociology because I studied social movements and social change, and it helped me be a better organizer because I understood, you know, all of the components that go into whether it's, you know, women's suffrage, LGBT rights, African-American civil rights, indigenous rights. You know, these do not happen, you know, in a legislative session or even a decade. And that's very frustrating as a young organizer because, you know, like, what the hell, like racial justice, what, like, why is this so difficult? Like, people, let's get it together. And you just realize all of the things you have to unpack to get to that goal. And so much, I see Ryan on the chat, you know, talked about celebrating small wins. Is recognizing and reframing what we consider a win. You know, certainly the end goal, let's say, of marriage equality in Maryland, that was the big W, that was the win. But, you know, there were several, like defeating a constitutional amendment that would have prohibited marriage equality. That was a win. You know, moving to healthcare decision-making for, you know, same-sex, you know, it's just really because the people who are benefiting from social movements need that as well, right? Because it's discouraging, like Clara said, right? You just will go sit on your couch and be like, well, shit, we really lost. You know, but there's great things, and there's going to be hopefully, you know, a good debrief with, you know, the Democratic campaigns in North Dakota. What went well, what didn't go well, what did we learn, you know, what did we, you know, oh, we gained, you know, more people in this district. Like, there's always something like that is a win, even if it's not the ultimate W.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go off script a little bit just because this is a question that's been percolating. And so thinking about the context of North Dakota, we have a situation where we are very outnumbered. And as Barry said in the chat, a very divided state. Progress only would get done when one can figure out how to work with the other side of the aisle. So any thoughts, and I'll kind of leave it open to whoever wants to jump in first, of in this particular context, moving into this particular legislative session, what an organizing plan or strategy might look like.
Do you know the thing that I've been thinking about, the most effective organization that I've seen recently is really the MMIW work group and the bills that got passed in the last session. I mean, when Ruth Buffalo and the task force and Tracy, I'm sure you were there, and a bunch of us were saying, what do we want to get done? And we brainstormed for 2 hours, and we had 5 bills, and we had all these ideas, and then it happened. And the thing about it that surprised us was it happened successfully without becoming bipartisan. Now, so that's an interesting mystery question about how did that happen? And it happened because people told real stories in committees that touched hearts. And they really touched hearts. And there were lots of moments of hearts being touched consistently without ever becoming partisan. And it was an interesting study in how that happened. Well, and Ruth organized it all, you know, so we had the right people telling the right stories in a framework that wasn't critical of anyone. It was fact-based, and people didn't become defensive. As I thought about this, is they didn't become defensive, and we lowered those walls. And for those of you who didn't know, in the end, one of the Republicans carried one of the larger bills on the floor, and we were all nervous. It was Ole Larson, no less. And he, Carrie, you just are dying. He carried the floor on this bill and had everyone in tears sharing his experience of murdered and missing Indigenous women. And it was like gut-wrenching. And so in some ways it was connecting at the heart level. We were able, and people were able to connect at the heart level in a way that I haven't seen much. But it was not just a small success, it was a gigantic success because people listened with their hearts.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts from the panel on this?
I would add too, like, I completely agree that storytelling and bringing storytelling, you know, that is the role of an organizer, and that's important to being able to work across the aisles because people have similar life stories no matter, you know, they can connect no matter what political party they're in. And we've seen that in North Dakota in our history on issues like abortion bans, where we had Republicans and Democrats coming together to defeat those. I think it is a little different now, given the real kind of polarization that has happened within the political parties. And I do think that in particular, this legislative session is going to be different than any that we've seen before as progressives trying to move it, but also see silver linings that it's important to do this work outside of the Capitol, outside of just those legislators. We need to be amplifying voices loudly in the public, you know, through media, through storytelling, through social media, through all of those things. Because when it's loud out here, that also impacts them. I mean, direct relationships is good too, but outside pressure is oftentimes what gets you, let's say, a mask mandate, you know? So those things are incredibly important. And to our advantage this year, I believe too, secondary to that is that because of COVID, for the first time, we're actually going to have access to the committee hearings live time, and they're going to be recorded. So I think like that's going to be another, I don't know how that answers the question you just asked, Kirsten, but I just really needed to say, like, for all of us here, like, that's an incredible opportunity to stay connected and to help our constituents or the folks that we're working with on a movement just be, you know, aware and ready and being ready to take action.
Yeah, that's huge. I had not heard that. So all committee meetings are going to be recorded and then available.
That's my understanding, unless somebody knows differently, Kathy, but that's what I heard. They'll all be streamed live and recorded and available almost instantaneously.
I think the trouble with the next legislative session is because of COVID, we have now got the technology available to do it. The realities of it are, we don't really know how we are going to manage, and legislators are really looking at, we may not introduce as many bills. I'm very hesitant to introduce bills because we won't have capacity to have really fair and transparent hearings to make sure that the public can be there to testify. We have lots of balancing balls right now. And so some of us are pushing for a very focused beginning session focused on the budget, which we constitutionally have to do, and then direct COVID-related bills or emergency bills, and then save some of our other bills, limit our use of legislative days. Maybe we'll only go into the House and Senate hearings instead of 5 times a week, we'll do it once or twice a week. Save our days so that we can deal with policy issues and other issues over the next year, year and a half. So I think our traditional standards of hearings and bills are all up in the air. And quite honestly, the Republicans keep saying, everything's normal, it's just gonna be fine, it's going away. That's not real. And so I think that's a discussion and something that as you think about going forward and having regular updates, those are things that we'll need to do. And that's why this group might need to meet once a month. And as we get into session, we might want to meet once a week. And so everything is going to be different. That's bleak, isn't it?
Well, but I mean, that makes me wonder if, you know, if one side is sort of putting their head in the sand about how different this is going to be, and if the other side can be ready to roll with how things are going to be different, that sounds like an opportunity to me.
We have a plan.
Okay.
and 4 of us are on the Rules Committee and we're trying to implement it. So there is backroom stuff going on.
Okay, and Richard had a follow-up to that, is whether the opposition will use this environment to minimize the ability of public input. And
absolutely, they will. Absolutely, they will. And that's what we have to have, a public common message that we can't do legislation, just like we did the $1.2 billion without a single woman or Democrat at the table. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, and so maybe like there's some panel members who haven't answered the where we go from here, but also layering on this new reality that we have, if you have ideas about how we roll with the new reality.
So, I mean, you know, believe it or not, there's reasonable Republicans, even in North Dakota. And sometimes, you know, what you have to do is abandon your own work and work on their stuff. To like right now, I have 2, you know, members of council that are probably the most ideologically different from me, but I have found an issue that each of them really care about. And I'm working my ass off with them for that, because I need their vote on something I'm doing in a couple of months. And so, you know, sometimes you have to be very strategic like that. You know, you don't waste your time. You know, good for Ole Larson, but I don't waste my time on him. You know, a Sean Sitma or Doug Burgum, I may waste my time on. You know, they're more reasonable and thoughtful Republicans. So, you know, pick the people that you can, you know, get. And I'm not going to get behind one of their issues that I find abhorrent. Right? There's something I can find in common, you know, with the moderates, and you know, start currying those, you know, paybacks, so that when our issues do come up, we can count on them. At least to listen and not come out of the gate opposed to it.
Thank you. Other thoughts on this?
Going back to like thinking about like reaching across the aisle and building broad-based support. I think we have to be constantly self-critical and aware of our messaging. The messaging that we use for our base will never be the messaging that's going to be acceptable to those that we're trying to win over. I'm thinking specifically in environmentalism. We have this history of painting coal as the enemy, which like in so many instances is correct. It is horrible to mine, it is horrible to process, it is connected with so many miner deaths. It is one of the most carbon intense fuels we have. But then when you think about communities like Beulah and Hazen who are dependent on coal, and we are painting their livelihoods as evil, then they think that like, oh, am I evil? Well, that's not true. I can't believe that. I'm proud of the work that I do. Everyone's proud of the work that they do. And so then we become the enemy to them. And so thinking about, and this is where it goes back to like collaboration and why intersectionality is so important. I don't believe that the environmental movement has done a very good job at all at appealing to working class, white, rural people, those who are the coal workers, whose livelihoods and those communities will dissolve once those coal plants go under. I have roots in Beulah Hazen. Like, those communities are just not going to be there in the way that they have been in the next 20 years when Coal Creek goes down. And we have to give them a better alternative. And just really, I don't know what the correct messaging is. For so long, like, they have been sold denial that the coal industry was going to be here forever, and they believe that. And so I don't know at this point how we break through to that. But I do know that continuously painting coal workers as the enemy only pits us against them. And so constantly being aware of the intersectionalities and finding those common grounds and shifting your messaging to the things that people really care about, that you need to be on their side about. I don't have the answers, but just questions.
Yeah, thank you. Those are important things for us to be thinking about. Good. Any other want to respond to each other from the panel?
No, I was just thinking what Clara was saying, and you know, those of us who identify as Democrats, right? Like, this is the whole, you know, when you have a lot of Trump supporters, right, who voted for a party, a candidate that actually is working actively against their interests. It's sort of the same thing, right? You don't want to, you know, you have to find, you know, you don't want to come in and be like, oh, you know, I'm, you know, all smart and here you go, you know, do you realize his economic policies are, you know, hurting you? But really trying to make those connections so folks can see it themselves. Like, we have seen some coal miners and we have seen some, you know, oil workers become environmental activists, right? You know, I think the environmental movement hasn't looked at those people enough to see what was the transition there from, you know, average coal worker to now, you know, understanding and has a grasp on, you know, perhaps the bigger picture of the coal industry on his or her community, and is now working, you know, to mitigate that. You know, I think those of us in Minot and Grand Forks with the Air Force Base who may be pacifists, this is something we have to deal with. You know, Minot, we have 2, you know, nuclear wings. You know, while I can be as, you know, anti, you know, military, you know, industrial complex as I want, that's not going to serve me well as a local elected official in Minot, North Dakota. So I have to find those ways, you know, to support, you know, the military and that community in this area without like offending them, but also, you know, recognizing, like, as a city council person, I'm not going to, you know, be the one who dismantles the military industrial complex. So, you know, what can I do to, you know, for these young airmen particularly, make their lives better who are serving in this system? So.
Great. Thank you. Other responses from the panel? Good. Okay, I have another follow-up question, but also want to just reemphasize, if people have questions to put, there's a great conversation going on in the chat, but you can always throw questions in there as well too. I'm just curious what sort of each of you are excited for. I mean, after we take a couple breathers after the election season, of course, but what gives you hope, or what you are excited for moving forward?
One of the things that I think the COVID situation has done for us is maybe broaden the understanding that government might not be the enemy, and public health has been in a crisis for decades. And one of my hopes is that hopefully we will begin to first respect and honor the role of public health, and government in general is needed. The anti-government feeling in this state is so strong, and yet we totally depend on it, and we take it for granted, and we criticize it every moment. And so one of my hopes is that message that government is not the problem, that government is us working together to find solutions to existing real issues. And so that's one of my hopes.
Great, thanks, Kathy.
So I am very hopeful. Minot, North Dakota, who, you know, is often the joke for Fargo and Bismarck and Grand Forks, elected an open lesbian. I am 2, council members short of having a progressive majority in Minot. 2022, we are taking that. We are going to be, become the progressive majority city council. And there is that's the goal. Now I have to do my organizing around that to make that happen. But the voters of Minot really in a really amazing way surprised me and gave me tremendous renewal and faith in my community and their willingness to move forward and away from the same old thing.
Maybe we can have a friendly competition amongst the city councils, huh? Who can be the most progressive?
It's a challenge, all right.
Throw down the gauntlet right here.
Yeah.
Great. Amy or Clara, whichever of you want to go next.
I guess I can go. I think for me, I am excited about, one of the things that the Trump administration and all these incredibly right-wing folks have done is that they've really inspired passion and action from our citizens. And I find that incredibly exciting that so many people are coming into their own, finding their power and organizing events on their own and finding that voice and making changes in their community and not letting it go. So we've seen so many marches happen in North Dakota. I mean, seeing Black Lives Matter in Minot and in Williston doing incredible work, seeing the NAACP forming new chapters. I think all of these things are sort of a gift, that we have received, that people are stepping up, and I find it incredibly exciting. And I think that, I guess we can leverage that and we can use that as we move forward. And, there was a time not that many years ago when it was unheard of to have a rally on a corner. I worked for, a national organization at a state level entity 5 years, maybe more than 5 years ago. It was, hey, you guys should hold a rally. And in North Dakota, we'd say, oh, no. We don't do that. Maybe you'd see, people don't hold signs and do stuff. So now it's become such a, it's an occurrence that's becoming normalized, and it's a way that people are engaging in their communities and creating that change and connecting with shared people. And, to me, the other exciting part is that it is generational, that we're seeing younger people. Like we have Clara doing this work. I had the gift of working with Clara when she, interned with me, and I'm just excited to see her doing everything that she can and should be doing in the community with her voice, because she's really great, but also seeing it even younger folks, seeing middle schoolers who are doing this sort of work too. So that's where I find energy and excitement.
Totally agree. Thanks, Amy. Clara, where do you see hope?
Yeah, just like Amy said, I mean, it's with people like me, it's with young people. It's like people like Arden, who's also on this call. We're pissed off, and the structures that be are unacceptable to us. And we have the energy and we don't have very much to lose. And so we are going to fight tooth and nail for that. And so, and especially this past summer with the Black Lives Matter marches, it has just brought so many people into this space now who have never once considered becoming organizers or taking part in civil disobedience. And now with technology, there's just such a wealth of information, is that like you can be in the middle of nowhere, North Dakota, and be learning about Black Lives Matter and environmentalism and just like expanding your entire worldview and getting connected with people who are like-minded and can expand your perception of all of that. Yeah, and then I just like think about people like me. I mean, I am white, grew up in a upper middle class family, went to an almost all white high school, could very well be just like focused on finishing my degree and having a profitable career and getting a husband and 2.5 children, blah, 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 blah. But because people have taken the time to educate me and inspire me, I'm now doing this work. And And so if people like me can do it, then like there's no limit.
Thank you. That was inspiring from all of you.
And here's what makes me hopeful is that 30 years ago, when I was a young Clara, the only option I felt was to leave this damn state, right? There is no place for me in it as a progressive, as a lesbian, as a feminist. And now, as I said at the end of my, big TikTok video, right? We're here, we're queer, and we're not going anywhere. We can, substitute progressive for queer, whatever it is. But I think that's what makes me hopeful is seeing younger people staking a claim on North Dakota and saying, no, you know what? I get that, you felt like you had to leave, but I'm not leaving my home, right? I'm going to stay here and we're going to change North Dakota. And that to me, is so hopeful because that's what it's going to take is, not this exodus of, Clara for 20 years and then she comes back, right? We need Clara to, set roots down and, make her good trouble, her whole life in North Dakota.
Awesome. Great. Thank you all so much. I do think we have time. Brandy said that she still wanted to play devil's advocate. So maybe Brandy could unmute herself and challenge us.
Yeah, we've actually got two questions and I want to end with Brandy's, but
Okay.
first I'm going to merge. Brandy and Barry had both asked very similar questions in the earlier panel, and I'm going to fuse those questions into one. And I'm actually going to do something that I haven't done in the past, but we still have a few members from the previous panel who are with us, and I'll invite you to answer this question before. So the fused question is something we've already talked about as part of this panel, which is having to reach across the aisle to make things happen. And the question that I'll reframe it this way is, how do we reach across the aisle when the decisions and the votes of the other party are just so vehemently opposed to those ideals that we hold to be true? In other words, if we look at the 2020 resolution of the GOP, there's direct inflammatory language towards specific populations in our state. Or if we look at specific individuals, they are intentionally campaigning, as Jonelle said earlier, for an individual who doesn't embody any of our beliefs or our vision for how we should get along as humans at all. So given that, and we addressed it in this panel as well, nearly half the state is red. At some point, we're going to have to compromise some ideal to get something done. So the question is, how do we do that? And it's open to anybody on this panel and anybody from the previous panel. But I noticed Senator Hogan just unmuted her mic. So maybe we'll start with you, Kathy.
well, I deal every day with the crazies. I mean, that's the reality. But the thing I always try and do first and foremost is recognize their humanity and find the holy in them and what are they really good at. And if I can maintain that deep respect for the individual humanity, it helps me not be so angry. And that's my first skill that I try to do. And then to be as direct about my positions as I can be in a deeply respectful way. And I think one of the things that's happened in politics is we've lost that ability to respect each other. And so that's personally one of the things I always try and do. My running mates get mad at me. They want me to kill someone some days, and I won't do it, but that's that's just life. So I truly believe we miss the boat when we don't focus on the local level. All the infrastructure of the state comes from the local level. You look at our state legislators, a lot of them started on the local level. You don't go start lobbying the president, right? You start with your local elected officials and you move your way up. So, I think if progressives ever want to really,
make any gains in the state. It is not, you know, all of a sudden running progressives for governor. It's running progressives for local elected bodies and working, because that's where our state legislators, that's where our U.S. House candidates come from. That's where our U.S. Senate candidate comes for, our gubernatorials. So, I mean, I think, you know, we have to like roll up our sleeves and get it going on the local level. And, you know, like I said, I'm 2 votes short of a progressive majority. Like, it's that easy, right? Like, it's harder than it sounds, but, you know, like 2 votes, I just need to get 2 progressive candidates elected. And we have a progressive majority in Minot, North Dakota. You know, like, look at that goal compared to what we would need to do in Bismarck, right, to make that happen. So I think, you know, we take our major communities and let's start there and get, you know, if we can have our 5 biggest cities with progressive majorities or even Democratic leaning majorities, like, wow, like what a foundation then to start rebuilding, you know, on the state level. So I'm all about local organizing and getting, you know, the bench very big. So we have good people on the bench and we're not digging around. Like the fact that some Republicans run uncontested is just unbelievable to me. No elected official should ever have to ever run uncontested. That is a failure of democracy. And for us, I think it's a failure of our party, you know, that we, you know, do not have a bench to bring forth at election time. Okay, so that's my piece.
I would just like to add to the conversation about, you know, working with a party that's completely, I'm not only not aligned with your values, but as a human and putting it very forward in the public. I would say like our role as organizers is like, we don't even need to talk to those people, to be quite honest. We don't have to talk about party politics at all. Our job is to bring the voices of the people from those communities to their legislators. So we know that people support LGBTQ rights, okay? And we know that we can find those people in every community. Our job as an organizer is to connect with those people, find those stories and leverage them so that they're the ones influencing the folks who are in those seats at the legislature, no matter what color they are. And certainly there are issues where people who have a D have voted against things that I as a progressive have supported too. So it can go both ways. But really it's as organizers, it's storytelling, it's bringing the humanity that Kathy talked about as a legislator. God bless you for being able to find that, you know, in those and having that, because but I'll work on that. But I think like for us as organizers, that's really, I mean, that's Kathy's job. So she can make those intimate conversations, but ours is a public conversation. And it's also a personal conversation of individuals of that elected official.
Just to add on to what everyone else has been saying, God, I hope that if you're in this work or you're in public service, it is with a 100% commitment to make people's lives better. And people will start to recognize that. On Dr. Shelley Lenz's campaign, she had this saying of the best time, or I guess when like your dog runs away, the time is not, when they're coming back to you, is not the time to yell at them. So I think, especially with like the pandemic and as more coal plants are closing, whatever the issue may be, I think we're going to start seeing the GOP kind of start shooting themselves in the foot, and their supporters, obviously you're going to have some diehard ones, but like once it starts to negatively affect their lives, we as progressives need to be ready with solutions that will clearly make their lives better. Our government has dismally failed this public health crisis, which would be an excellent argument for Medicare for all. Coal plants are closing. We as progressives need to be advocating for green energy jobs and to have plans to transition these communities in a safe and healthy way. And I think in the next 5, 10, 15 years, we are hopeful we're going to see the Republican Party sort of be in their death throes. And they are going, and we've seen that the attacks have been vicious. The hypocrisy has just increased. I mean, look at the confirmation hearing of Amy Coney Barrett. I mean, it's just abhorrent. And people are going to start recognizing that. And so we kind of just need to let them burn themselves out and then be ready with humanity and open arms for people to look for different alternatives. And we need to be ready to provide those alternatives and welcome them when they're ready to come.
Arlette, I noticed you turned your camera on. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Actually, I added it in the chat column. I just wanted to echo Carrie's comments about building the bench at the local levels. We have to start there because, and I have to give all accolades to anybody who is able to serve in the state legislature, but wow, that's a mountain to climb if you're going to jump right into it. So we've got to build the bench at the local level.
Well, before we transition to our next session, we will offer Brandy the opportunity to have us look at things from a different perspective. So devil's advocate perspective, Brandy.
I hope that I don't offend too many people with what I'm about to say. So through the last two panels of listening and just observing and being involved in legislative sessions since 2015, one of the things I note is tone, first and foremost. We, for the most part, looking through the individuals who are part of this summit, we all in some capacity represent a minority or a bunch of minority groups, right? And that's how we show up. We show up like we are underdogs, and that's how we advocate. When we look at the Republican Party or the GOP when having discussions with those individuals and sitting with them on the floor, I've never felt like within those conversations that I've had with them that they feel like they're an underdog. They always show up as winners. So how are we going to change our tone so we're winners? Because we are. Yes, celebrating small victories is very important, but also always talking about how we are those underdogs, even when we are, always coming with that sort of attitude and that presumption makes us be seen as such, less than. The other piece that I kind of want to point out is we didn't talk about how any of our human rights issues make an economic influence. I don't care who you are, we need to have those in our conversations. Tell me how not supporting LGBTQ, people of color, what women's rights are making that economic impact to our state, because when a mother is a single mother and she's unable to work, that's an economic impact on a business. When when businesses are unable to retain their employees because queer employees do not feel safe, so they're leaving that business and they're leaving the state, tell me how that's impacting business and revenue. We continue to fail on that every single step of the way. I see it more in conversations now, but we are missing that. When that is the number one conversation in our state, it is a repeated conversation in our state. It's the first thing we do in December. How are we not tying human rights issues into the language of budget? We have to be more mindful in that sense. So how are we shifting our tone to make sure that when we're showing up this year, we're winners, straight up? I don't care if we actually are going to lose. I've ran for office twice. I've lost both times, and I never felt like a loser in either incident, and no one ever has treated me like I am. The other piece is making sure that when we are pointing out human rights and that economic stability or instability and how that's impacting North Dakota, making sure that we're addressing it from those points that we're wanting to hit with LGBTQ, and not letting the symptoms of human rights take surface. And I mean that because within the last two panels, we've hit LGBTQ, environment, homelessness, human rights, people of color, and addiction. That's a lot of things. Some are symptomatic and some are direct discrimination, right? Like being born gay or being born a person of color. That's not a symptom, even though it's treated, right? Like there can be symptoms of homelessness because there's a lack of opportunity for housing. There can be addiction because of vulnerabilities, because you're born a certain way. And so being really clear and definitive of when we're advocating, how we're advocating for things, that people understand that the symptoms aren't what we're asking people to pass laws on. It's the actual rights of individuals that we're asking to pass laws on. That is just kind of my place, is how are we going to show up as winners and create a tone and clarity when we're moving into this next legislation. Thank you.
We'll open up to the panel.
Brandy, I don't know you, but I think I love you. Everything that you just said, oh my goodness. And I think that goes back to my last point, is that like, we need to think about and we need to be able to learn how to communicate. How are we going to make people's lives better when they turn around and realize that the GOP is not doing that for them anymore? And you're exactly right. That comes down to economics. How are we going to give people the security to open up? And thinking specifically about an environmental perspective, I had like sort of a revelation about 2 years ago that it was a privilege for me to be able to put climate change as my top priority, because I don't have to worry about healthcare or food security or education. Those things are provided to me as a consequence of the privilege that I was born into. And there have been studies done that like people with, or societies in general, who are more economically prosperous and have more populist, progressive economic policies tend to be more liberal, more accepting, et cetera, et cetera. And so you're exactly right. Like those two things are inseparable, and we need to do a better job of communicating that to people. And then going back to your first point about the tone in which we speak and the attitude that we present ourselves with, I think that kind of goes back to my first point as well, about how I approach organizing and talking with people that I'm trying to influence, is coming at it with that collaborative approach. And so I think thinking of ourselves as underdogs, we feel like we have to come into these spaces aggressively and fighting. And sometimes that is the right thing to do, but oftentimes it's not. And oftentimes it just, if you come at it, if you're aggressive coming from a place of defense, you're going to put those on the defense as well, and you're not going to get anywhere. Arlette Preston can testify on city council. I mean, we've had some pretty, myself personally have had some pretty spicy remarks for the city council, but I do try and come across like with a sense of collaboration, and I have been more successful in that approach than some of the people who may come across a little bit more aggressively and aren't seeking those collaborative relationships, and then get frustrated when things don't go anywhere. So Renee, I totally agree with you. I really appreciate you making that point. And I think having that self-critical lens of ourselves as a movement is really important. We need to keep having those hard conversations. So thank you.
I noticed that both Amy and Carrie had unmuted. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
So I think it's also important, though, to respect people's different styles. You know, sometimes your strategy is aggression and, you know, strength, and sometimes it has to be meek. And there's place for all of that in a progressive movement. And there's not one right way to do it. You know, there are multiple ways, and I think we have to respect that and not, you know, I think we're very self-critical of ourselves in the progressive movement in a way that the the right-wing movement is not. You know, they have a much wider diversity of strategies than our side does. And so I think we have to, you know, we talk about being the big tent, but then we're also very rigid in how we want things to go within the progressive movement. And so I hope we can remember that there's space for all of those, and different tactics and strategies, you know, are appropriate for different times and different people.
I want to clarify just so that this isn't misunderstood, because I think that when I say tone, people are connecting that to emotion in some way. And I think that you're right, Carrie, like aggression or empathy is appropriate in certain stances. winners also have emotions, right? What I'm trying to point out is that there's a winner's attitude and an underdog's attitude. And when there's an emphasis on constantly being, how do I say this? Winners have emotions as well, but they are not looking at themselves from a lens or having that fear of losing, even if they aren't making maybe some of the progress. Like we talk about small wins. We talk about those. When I think about how the GOP party celebrates their wins, they aren't always these big bills that are passed. Amy made an amazing example with abortion. They pick and pull pieces and they create small bits of language because they know that if they're putting it in there, they're going to have those small wins throughout. It doesn't mean that emotions are not allowed when I'm saying winners versus underdogs or winners versus like the losers approach, but there's always this context or that I see more frequently in our approach is that we're on this side and we are being treated lesser than because we are, and we carry that into conversation. And so it's hard for people on the other side who aren't constantly dealing with suppression or discrimination to relate when we are coming from an unrelatable perspective. I understand because I literally have felt and been subjected to those things, but it's not my language I want them to be speaking all the time. I need to make sure that my message I want them to hear is in the language and in the tone that can be understood. And that's what I'm trying to say when I'm saying winners versus losers, is there isn't one single approach I'm suggesting that we are all taking. I'm suggesting that we're mindful of the way we're creating the message. I mean, that statement's been made, but I just think as a whole, we continue to constantly view ourselves as underdogs, and that's how we're seen in legislative sessions time and time again.
Thank you, Brandy. I think it's an important, you brought up some really important ideas that are really good for us to consider and discuss. I think for today, I'm going to move us forward. We're supposed to be moving into our closing remarks right now, but we've got two. So what I'd like to do is thank you everybody for being a part of that discussion. We'll have to schedule a specific webinar on those particular issues, I think, Barry, in the near future, to expand on the discussion. But now I'd like to welcome Nandita Besbaraw. She's a longtime board member of the NDHRC, and she has the honor of introducing this year's Arc of Justice Award. Nandita, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, it gives me big pleasure to introduce Faye Shaler to this year's nominee to the Arc of Justice Award. Just a little bit about things are big, but just a little introduction. Faye has been a tireless advocate on behalf of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community. She does extensive research on her presentations and writings are carefully based on data and verified information intercepted by her lived experience. When the need for better access to healthcare for transgender individuals with low income came to Dr. Lesmian's attention in 2017, he reached out to Faye about the possibility of starting a clinic near and around the Fargo-Moorhead area. Excited by the idea, Faye went to connect Dr. Lesmians with Cody from Community Uplift program, and the three spent months researching how they might open a clinic. While the proposal seemed daunting at first, the reality became more and more feasible as time went by, and so the Harbor Clinic opened under the nonprofit umbrella from Community Uplift program. It became the first orally informed consent clinic for 150 miles in the Fargo-Moorhead area at the time. At her urging and with her help, other clinics such as Planned Parenthood and Canopy Medical Center now also offer hormone therapy using informed consent. So options have been successfully expanded for trans and non-binary individuals looking to transition. She is also available for presentations before professional organizations and gatherings large and small. She provides testimony before the state legislature and city commissions and councils. She has worked to create a directory of health and mental health resources for the LGBTQ and community. Lately, she has focused on the state of youth growing up in North Dakota and is organizing efforts to create safe places for LGBTQ plus youth in every North Dakota school. This is it gives me a real pleasure. And I always say it starts with somebody thinking of a radical thought and something becoming real issue. So thank you. And I would like to Faye to say a few words. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the introduction. Am I being heard by people right now?
You look and sound great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My computer is getting a little weird, so I'm sorry if I cut out. The first thing I'm going to do is share a resource I helped create a few months ago and I'm going to be updating. It's actually a connection to all the LGBTQ plus groups throughout the state. So if you're looking on doing any kind of organizing or advocacy for the queer community, it's important to connect with this community to make sure they're at the table of any kind of legislation, any kind of community building that does happen. So there's a lot of ways to connect with local as well as statewide communities for the queer community. It's an honor to receive this award. It wasn't something I was actually really expecting. I was just notified of it a week or two ago, I think. And I've been sending hundreds of emails these last couple of months. I just want to take a little bit of time to talk about the work I'm doing right now, to a little bit advocate for that and let you know ways you could potentially get involved or help out with it. So two key focuses of my work currently are increasing access to hormone therapy for trans individuals by doing outreach to different clinics. Right now I'm in conversations with the North Dakota chapter of the North Dakota American Academy of Pediatricians, as I'm trying to get them to increase screening tools for their trans and gender diverse patients. That's something that we don't necessarily do as much, and any pediatrician can. So we're basically trying to integrate integrate individuals with sexual orientation, gender identity within the medical setting in any capacity. So that's one of the things I'm doing. The other thing I'm doing right now, a little more precedent, is trying to improve outcomes for queer youth within North Dakota. If you're not familiar with the data, it is very alarming and heart-wrenching. For just our middle school students who identify lesbian, gay, and bisexual, we have a 61% of them seriously consider suicide, and 33% of them have attempted suicide. This is based on our North Dakota CDC data about the yearly risk behavior survey. That's just some of the data in there. We see that they're bullied twice as much. They have homeless rates twice as high. We know of all LGBTQ plus youth that half of them, or sorry, of all homeless youth, half of them are queer. So we have this holistic problem impacting them because we have a lot of cultural barriers that exist. So I'll be doing statewide work to basically do everything I can to improve these outcomes. That'll be looking at policy recommendation, connecting with schools, looking at what we have on board for the policies that we currently do have. And I can share right now, as part of the discovery process of looking at where we are within the North Dakota school systems, I've had a lot of positive feedback talking to these organizations. I talked to Indy United, which is a teachers union representing 11,000 individuals throughout our state. And they're very affirming and backing up that teachers should be honoring a child's chosen name and pronoun within the school system. The North Dakota School Board Association has an incredibly affirming policy that can be recommended to our different school districts. So I've had a lot of positive conversations with leaders throughout the state so far. But what I'm really trying to do is connect with each of our school systems, learn what we have for GSAs, or our support groups throughout the state. If you're familiar with any in your area, in your districts, please let me know. I'm trying to create a GSA network so they can connect and support each other. I'm creating infrastructural tools to be able to help youth and parents, as well as educators and administrators. So looking at the specific needs that they have. So talking about organizational change, When you're talking to administrators, maybe the focus is on attendance and grades and the performance of these students. Looking at teachers, or looking at how do we deal with suicide prevention? How do we be able to better address our students' needs? How do we integrate queer identity within the classroom to normalize it, because it's just another aspect of humanity? Looking at parents, looking at support for them, looking at ways they can support their child. Beyond that, I'm looking at doing developmental and professional training, something I'm working with West Fargo Public School District for right now, and it's been going very well. So I've been developing training, creating connections throughout the state to learn what policies we have that teachers can lean on if there is pushback from parents who aren't affirming or accepting. And what we see with the research, with the data, is that when parents aren't affirming of their child, there are severe complications or severe repercussions for that, with self-harm, illicit drug use, substance abuse, as well as things like potentially intimate partner violence, as well as things like suicidality. So we're also looking at mandated reporting. And interestingly enough, the Department of Human Services is looking at remodeling their policy and potentially looking at better understanding what queer abuse can look like for children, better understanding what their environments can be if they're in homes where their parents are trying conversion therapy. So in general, this is a multi-year plan, something I'll be working on until we have better outcomes. So you are welcome to connect with me on any of it, ask me questions. I will just put my email in here about this. If we had more time, I'm trying to go fairly quickly since I know we are kind of hitting a limit here, but I can talk about this for literally hours. I'm trying to keep it succinct into the most important points. And I will say, as I see the comment about not sleeping here, people so often describe our work as tireless. I'm tired all the time, like all of the time. This isn't tireless work. This is very tiring work. But one thing I want to close on here, based on the discussions we've had today, is we've really focused on organizing in terms of success. I mean, obviously we've talked about the self-care of not being successful with your legislation or your campaign, but one thing you have to really understand with this work is it's holistic, the same way with stories are. And that is, when we run campaigns, when we try to fight for legislation, when we try to improve culture, that effort has so much meaning in itself, because the individuals that are impacted in these communities, whether it be queer, whether it be a BIPOC community, whether it be new Americans, when they see that they're being fought for, when they see that there are people within the state that will rise up, that will protest, that will rally, that will sit in front of boards and talk, even if we're not successful, it sends that message of hope. It sends that message that people are out there willing to put in the work and the time. And that is something that can inspire other people to step up, but it can also inspire queer youth to have hope in this state, because the world as a default there's no hope as a default. There's no possibility as a default. We create those possibilities through our work. We create that hope through our investment in our communities. So everything that we do, whether we have a check mark of success or failure behind it, creates possibility and creates hope. So as we go through this, we are continually improving culture. And it's hard to see that in the micro. It's hard to see that in your day-to-day. But the reason we are here today in 2020, the reason that we're talking about queer acceptance, that you have a trans woman winning an award like this, is because we moved culture that far. And that's because of this incremental work that thousands of activists before me have done, and whose work that as I contribute to and others contribute here will only make it easier for the next generation going forward. So I want to leave everyone with that message of hope and a message of the impact and meaning our work creates, even if we can't necessarily see it or don't have decisive victories. It is always meaningful and it always impactful. So again, thank you for selecting me as this award, recognizing the work I'm doing. And if there's anything at all within what you're doing that connects to queer youth, talk to me about it, email me, start conversations. So that is my piece. Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me some time to talk about the work.
So weird to see everybody clap, but not to hear anything. So, congratulations, Faye. You are doing amazing work. To our final session for the day, and I'm going to introduce the one, the only Martin Avery, who will lead us through this wonderful conversation, and will also close the event for today. Martin, the floor is yours.
I shall take. All right, I'm really pleased today to be able to introduce Reverend Dr. John Floberg, an Episcopal priest. One of the things I think most will know him for is his work on Standing Rock Reservation, where he put together clergy standing with Standing Rock and was able to get 500 clergy, or about that, to come out to Standing Rock to the front lines. He's done a lot of work recently where he's talked about the militant response of police, where we definitely had seen that at Standing Rock, and we've seen it across our news over the summer after the killing of George Floyd. So he's going to be speaking on that. He is a graduate of Concordia University, and also Colgate Divinity School, has a Master's of Divinity, and has an honorary doctorate from Seabury Western and Bexley Hall. He is married, has 4 children and 1 grandchild, but I don't want to spend too much more time introducing because we need to get moving on with things. So John, without further ado, if you would go ahead and grace us with your presence here.
Oh, thank you for the invitation. Are you able to hear?
Yep.
Yeah, good. All right. So, yeah, I am John Floberg. I'm priest out on Standing Rock. I've been serving here since the summer of 1991. So I've got a little bit of boots on the ground, so to speak. In 1966, a fellow by the name of Abraham Maslow said that if you see everything, if you have only one tool to use and it's a hammer, you'll see everything as a nail. And so I'd like you to keep that thought in mind as I get into this, because that thought has 2 edges to it. One is how law enforcement deals with conflict in a community, and how it oftentimes will place itself at the center of that conflict and then see everybody as their opponent, instead of what their necessary role is in the community of being peacekeepers and enforcers of law, but not with themselves as the subject of all of that. The other part that I want you to remember is that I'm going to present something here called historic trauma, and while I believe that that has a great effect on what happened at Standing Rock in 2016, I don't want to approach everything that happened in Standing Rock in 2016 through that lens alone, and treat law enforcement's actions there as though everything is the result of historic trauma and keep beating on that. But having said that, I don't think that we've paid enough attention in North Dakota to the effects of historic trauma, and not just how that may be affecting Indigenous communities, but I'd like to instead spend more time presenting what I think happened with law enforcement and with the state of North Dakota during 2016 and into 17 based on historic trauma. So there was a village down in a river valley, and that village had grown up to be sizable. And there were people in that village from several different tribal nations. And in the midst of that village, there was a council lodge established. And one afternoon, one day, that village came under attack. That village looked very much, I believe, like the Ocheti-Shikoi camp did along the Cannonball River Valley. But the place that I'm talking about is the place called Greasy Grass, where General Armstrong Custer attacked a village on the edge of the unceded territories back in 1876. And one of the things that we failed to appreciate very much is that that attack of Custer happened on the 25th of June. On the 4th of July that year, the United States was celebrating its centennial. A couple days after the centennial took place, the far west, the riverboat made it back on the Missouri River back to Bismarck, and people went up the banks and got to a telegraph and telegraphed the whole of the nation that this defeat had overtaken Custer. And the words that are in the newspaper is that the nation was shocked at the news. That's where I believe that historic trauma steps in. Bismarck, North Dakota was marked, the part of the Dakota Territory at the time was marked by a trauma that a man by the name of Custer and his regiment, who had left from Fort Abraham Lincoln just a couple miles away from Bismarck, had been overtaken and killed. And that this happened right after the days of the centennial of the nation. So fast forward, when the Ocheti-Shikoi camp is established along the banks of the Cannonball River, and the Ocheti-Shikoi, the Great Sioux Nation, is called to come to the aid of Standing Rock by its tribal chairman and council. The powers that be in North Dakota, particularly the governor's office and the sheriff's department in Morton County, react to this village. But they reacted in such a way that unless I see it through the lens of historic trauma, I can't make a lot of sense out of the reaction. For example, one of the first things that happens that starts an escalation is that the sheriff's department, the highway patrol, set up a roadblock right in the shadow of Fort Abraham Lincoln, right in the shadow of Custer's house, to stop people from going down to Standing Rock on Highway 1806. And when they stop me there, they're warning me about the danger that's down at the camp. And they asked, do you know what's going on there? And I said, yeah, I have an idea of what's going on there. And that what I believe happened, and I believe that this was in some pretty significant respects planned, determined, that by placing the roadblock 30 miles away from where this incident was taking place, they were really trying to speak to the people in Bismarck and Mandan more than what they were trying to do in addressing whatever issue they felt needed to be addressed down at the Backwater Bridge and the Cannonball River Bridge, where between those two places is where the Ocheti-Shikoi camp had been established. Because one of the ways of asking, is this rational? is to simply ask the question, where else have you ever known uh, and so what is it communicating? It's communicating that there's violence down there and it's dangerous down
John, you froze.
there.
You
And
froze.
in fact, the sheriff.
Can you go back to
Am
what
I
you
still froze?
No, you're not froze anymore. So can you just go back to what you were saying? We missed it.
So how far back?
Just a few seconds. Just what you were saying right when you came back.
Right. So so this 30-mile business being that far away, and then what had started, what gave the sheriff the reason to put up a roadblock is that he had heard of rumors that there were pipe bombs being made in the camp, and that's what he came back to Bismarck and announced on the news, that there were pipe bombs in the camp. Turns out that people who were pipe carriers, the chanupa, the sacred pipe, were being called in the camp to load their pipes with tobacco and bring them to ceremony. To this day, I've never heard that the sheriff has apologized for such a grievous misrepresentation. But he used that as an excuse to establish the roadblock. And then the roadblock establishes for the people in Bismarck and Mandan that this is a dangerous place. And then they'd send either highway patrol or the sheriff's department following the school buses as they head south on 1806 to pick up kids for the Mandan public schools because of these dangerous people. Meanwhile, I'm in the camp and I'm bringing my granddaughter in the camp, and it was not there a dangerous place at all. It was it was a, as I came to explain it, a pre-1850 camp. This is the way that things were prior to the Treaty of 1851. So that was an escalation. That escalation drew people to come because of the news that went out in Facebook and other social media, as well as normal media sources. But what we found is that our regular media sources, whether they were the Bismarck Tribune or KFYR or whoever it was, they weren't honest and adequate in telling what was going on. They were providing a conduit for law enforcement to spin its narrative. And so social media became a very important piece. I heard earlier today that it's important to be truthful and plain speaking when we're advocating out in public, and I found that to be very much the case, that people came to trust and rely on what I would say on social media, because I try to be balanced and fair with it, at the same time calling out law enforcement for their escalations. September 3rd is a very prime example of the escalations that took place on Standing Rock, on this highway that's blockaded. a large group of people came up from the camp to have prayers at near the site of where they were going to be doing the construction. They hear this is Labor Day 2016. They hear machinery running. They go past where they were going to be at and up to a site where sacred sites had been just identified a couple days before. They found bulldozers raising that area and law enforcement standing at a distance while they had dogs and their handlers from a private company out of Ohio protecting the workers who were on that site. And people got bit, children got bit, women got bit, blood was shed. But going back to historic trauma, September 3rd, 1863 is when the Dakota people have historic trauma from the battle or the massacre, better stated, at Whitestone Hill in North Dakota. I could go on and on about all of the similarities of what happened in history and what was happening on the ground there. But my point is that whatever is not resolved in history is going to come back in present conflict. And that the state of North Dakota has an awful lot of work to do in order to resolve things from the past, in order that when future conflicts arise, law enforcement doesn't go to the point of reacting like it did in 2016 and become a militarized force. We got into such a dangerous place that's why I called for clergy to come, is because I was certain that people were going to die due to the escalation that was happening, and because the law enforcement would escalate, and then the nation and indeed the indigenous world would respond and come. And so by December 5th, there were 15,000 people in that camp. It was within the 7th largest city, something like that, of the state of North Dakota at that time. And that was right before a major snowstorm came. But veterans were there, and veterans were going to overtake what was going on at the construction site. All of that is the result of law enforcement taking on doing more and more militarized escalation. I think I'll leave it there.
John, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and have some other speakers speak about situations that they've been in, and I'd like you to stick around to kind of help us work through some of the conversation about this from other people's perspectives as well. If you can stick around a bit, and we'll try to stay fairly on track with time, but I think we'll probably go over just a little bit. Hopefully that won't be a problem for people. Is that all right, John? I think we're stuck there again. At this point, I want to go on and move on to some other folks and in their battles for justice as well. I was hoping that Wes Philamy was going to be here. I don't believe he will be, from One Fargo. And we have Faith Dixon, I believe, from Black Lives Matter, Rebel Marie, and Arden Light. And we'd just like to have you folks speak just a little bit in this section about experiences that you've had in your struggles and what has been helpful and what helps you, what gives you hope going forward. If you could speak a little bit to this, and then also kind of dig into how that element of the past impacting the present and into the future comes into play as well. So if I could have Faith, if you would speak to this a little bit.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me. Just listening to some of the speakers and talking about dealing or having to live in a community or in a world that really has a lot to learn about who we are as African Americans. It can get very frustrating and very difficult to live what they call the American dream. So I would say for myself as being an activist, I did not just start here in Fargo. I'm a native of Chicago, Illinois, and seeing a lot of discrimination in the small community that we were raised in as well was very difficult. So the activism just didn't start here in Fargo. I believe that seeing and actually watching the death of George Floyd on video really activated me to continue to do the work of activism for our people. But I have came across a lot of battles here in the Fargo Moorhead area. Never, knowing that this place is a beautiful, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful place to raise a family. It's a beautiful place to live, but it is very behind in the times in dealing with racial injustice and systemic racism, period. But putting my foot to the ground and continuing to fight, I believe that it is going to get better. That is my hope for this community. And someone asked me, I don't like to call white individual allies, I like to call them comrades or people that are willing to work with us in the movement. What can we do to continue to help with the movement? And I keep telling people all the time, the best thing you can do is to educate yourself. Educate, stand up for what you know that is right. Don't give up. When people come and talk about the negative things about the Black Lives Matter movement or any movement that that you support, telling them, hey, this is wrong. This is what you need to do. Not giving up, because we're not giving up. We're Black people of color. We can't give up. This is who we are. We can't, go hide in a closet. We can't, put a cover over our head and say it goes away. Being Black is something that we have no choice. This is what we were born, and this is what we're gonna always be. But just letting people know that they can help in different ways, supporting bills and legislation that going to push for change, and then going into the workplaces, asking for those diversity trainings and those things that can help push to end systemic racism. So I believe those are just steps that people can take to fight this, I want to say, war on dividing our country. It is a war. It's a war on racism, just like it's a war on poverty. There's a war on racism to end it, to want to create a place that everybody is created equal. And so I won't give up. We're going to still continue to push and to hold our officials accountable. That's what it is also about, accountability. So that I want to start there and give it to Arden and others, but that's for me personally, what we're trying to push as being a part of the Black Lives Matter movement is to create change to end systemic racism and the war on racism.
Thank you so much, Faith. Arden, you want to pick up there?
Yeah, so can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I guess my I don't know, you said to talk about what your past experiences have shaped you, I guess. And as a transgender youth, I guess, I came out 3 times in middle and high school. And so I think, you know, I got definitely pushback from students and staff, but the pushback and I would say like almost bullying that I experienced from staff and teachers affected me so much more than the students, because I expected it from the students. But I didn't expect it from the staff. And when I got it from staff, I also expected the school to be on my side, and they weren't. And so I think, you know, just listening to, you know, what Faye is trying to do, that is something that gives me hope. That's something I want to do as well, is, you know, create change within the school system. I think the school system really needs guidelines for when trans students come out, which I have been working on because they don't have anything. I think another thing that's giving me hope is just the movement on hate crime legislation within the state. I have had multiple incidences that would be considered hate crimes, but obviously I can't do anything because there's no law for that. I think another thing that really gives me hope is over the summer at the protests, just the intersectionality. And when we would be chanting, and then all of a sudden someone would chant "Trans Lives Matter," and then I would hear everyone around me say that, and every time it would make me cry a little bit, to be like, oh, like all these people, like they really care, and they think that my life like matters, even though I'm trans. That doesn't take away from it. And so I think like we really just need to, the problem is that the I don't know, other side, or the people who disagree with us, they want so badly to divide us and have all of us be on our own separate issues. And if we let them do that, we're not gonna be able to get anything done, because we're just gonna fight with each other. And I know that we all have our own issues that are, you know, our priorities, but we can't lose sight of each other within that. We need to lift each other up and work together to create forward movement on all of the issues, because otherwise, you know, we're not going to get anywhere. So I guess I'd just like, I don't know, to finish by saying just thank you to everyone for all of your work and dedication. I know it's hard, and it's a lot of emotional labor, and it's appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Arden. It's just been amazing watching you come into your own. It's just good stuff. Rebel, could we have you speak a bit?
Sure. So first off, I need to apologize. I'm really sick. So that's why I haven't been attending the other parts. Things that we were seeing with this very dominant culture is any story or any narrative we try to tell is taken and it's twisted into a way that fits their narrative. The narrative that they often tell, like I'm hearing the load your pipes, and they take it and they automatically assume that it's something devious as pipe bombs. That's awful. And when I was doing a housing study, anytime I would report on things happening, even to allies, the thing that was always very disheartening is they always try to find a way to justify the actions of the oppressor, and never just step up for the oppressed. And sometimes when I hear like us talk, we often try to find common ground or middle ground, and I sometimes wonder if we sometimes don't push some of our allies away and some of our community away when we advocate for around that middle of the place. So as example,
Rebel, we kind of got you locking up there for a second. Could you, we missed just a little bit. If you could go back just a, like a few minutes.
When we're talking about historical trauma, Sure. So I don't know exactly where I locked up, if I am still. Am I? Maybe I must still be locking up.
I'm hearing you better
Are you
now.
able to hear me? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay. So it took.
Right as
All
you,
right.
before you started speaking about culture, or historical trauma.
Okay, so the teachers have the tools of what they did to us in the past, and that's what they did to Standing Rock. And when we try to find middle ground with the oppressors, that can feel very disheartening to those who are being oppressed. They may not know our where we stand, or if we stand with us, and that's really what's creating a lot of the infighting. So the oppressors do something that doesn't seem controversial to us, and that's our privilege. Our privilege doesn't allow us to see the controversy. And when they do that, and the people who are oppressed say, you've got to do this radical thing, this thing you've never heard of. And we say, well, let me think about it. It feels like they're saying, like, please take my hand, get me out of this sticky situation. And you're saying, let me think about it. You know, that's one of the things that I see, and that's one of the things that I get really frustrated with. The other thing that I see is that there's just anyone who is not a part of the mainstream, or like the mainstream media locally. So any trans person, people of color, BIPOC, there is the general population seems to mistrust, and it's something that we didn't do. It's just been thrown at us and thrown at us and thrown at us. All these narratives, how we're mistrusting, or why people should mistrust us. Back about 2 years ago, every time they would do a news piece on trans people, anytime they would finish, they would include a shot of the prison systems. And subconsciously, what this does, it starts making the general population associate trans people with criminals. So then they started criminals. And that would do is anytime there was a story about trans people, all trans people are Nazis, which is insane. Like, that's like so not true. But because of these subtle things, you know, these things slip into the mind of this person watching this without any critical thought. And so what I need my allies to do, and what I need my comrades to do, and anytime we hear somebody saying, like, I don't approve of that, it's dehumanizing to me, we need to say, I'm right behind you. Like, I don't understand why I'm behind you. I don't need to understand why I'm behind you, but I'm behind you and I'm ready to fight for you. And I think that's what a lot of people are hoping for and wishing for, especially among the really marginalized people in the area, the people who are more apt to experience violence or experience neglect, kind of like how Arden was talking. Like, you go to the police, you go to your school board, you say, this person talking me, this person wants to hurt me, and they say, well, you know, maybe they're within their right. That's neglect, and that's happening far too often to our communities. And so, yeah, I don't know if I'm still freezing or not, but it's making me a little self-conscious, as well as this awesome raspy voice. But one, I know that I've experienced privilege in my life, because when I was first transitioning, there was moments where I stood on the fence and tried to decide, how do I react? But now when I look, and when it comes to people, you know, when it comes to the leaders of certain movements within our area, if Amy Jacobson needs something for women's rights and for choice rights, I'll back her up. I don't always understand it, but I'm right behind her. If Faith needs something with Black Lives Matter, I'm right behind her. I don't always understand it because I'm white and privileged, but I'm going to be right behind her and let her lead the way. And then if Arden needs something around trans rights or gender neutral rights, I'm right behind them. And you know, you might fully understand, but Arden needs to be a leader in that spot, in that time, in that day. And then when you can have a moment of conversation, if you step in and do it, I have a feeling it will come and you won't have questions. So that's my little spiel. I wish I could present it a little bit better, but I'm grateful I get to present it. And I know that even though I'm here presenting it, I know that there are work, though it's because of the work of many invisible trans women, women who were here 20 years ago that we didn't recognize as trans, or who are still unwilling to come out as trans. And I want to thank them for helping me be here today. So thank you.
You're amazing, Rebel. You shone right through there, through all the technical difficulties. It was really good stuff, and it was so good. You bringing out that narrative of what you need to be given the, you know, I think what I saw through the thread of all these things is that the dominant culture is so willing to accept a certain narrative and not to question it, but then to respond based on that narrative, to be able to maybe shift our lens, to be able to say, let's listen to the people in marginalized communities and take for granted what they're saying is truthful instead of the other way around. I kind of want to pitch something back to John that go along with this, if he's still there. There was just this acceptance of that pipe bomb conversation, a story that was absolutely false, but yet none of the news in North Dakota picked up anything but basically spitting back what the Morton County Sheriff's Office put out there. So there was this immediate need to completely accept on face everything that was being put out there and totally discredit anything that came out of the camp. Am I kind of going along with what you're thinking there, both John and Rebel?
I can't seem to get my video back.
Well, we can hear you really well.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, real well.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was one of the things that I was really taking note of as they do their, as the governor would have his press conferences and Kirchmeier would have his. Did I freeze up?
No, we can still hear you.
Okay. Became critical, and by that word I mean you know, more in the academic sense of being critical, not just taking somebody's word for something, but actually pressing them to prove what they're saying is actually the truth. And that was the failure here in North Dakota and around Standing Rock, is that the press did not act like a free press, and law enforcement did not treat people who weren't from the local press as though they were legitimate. And that's when we had the arrest of a woman journalist, Jenny Monet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, and there was more than one time that journalists got arrested, but that absolute necessary aspect of a democracy, of a free press, was very much lacking here. Until sometime in late October, there was a split between KXMB and KFYR. KFYR always carried the party line. KXMB became a little bit more independent of it.
Interesting.
So
Well, would any of our attendees like to throw out, we'll just have a little bit of time for QA and then we'll have to wrap things up. Anybody that's taking part want to ask any questions or make any comments towards anyone here? I know we're running over.
I can ask something.
Yeah.
This is to Faith. So I really liked what John was saying about the press, because I have noticed I'm in Fargo, but in North Dakota particularly, it is not extremely fair. So with Black Lives Matter, did you see any of that over the summer with all the protests, with the press being really unfair to Black Lives Matter?
I did. It was, I believe, the first march that I believe it was some of One Fargo and some other people did put together. After that, and the rioting happened, or what I consider, I wouldn't even say rioting, I would say some looting that happened. I believe the press really did make it difficult for the movement to continue without militia or hateful group. We're not going to even talk about what Donald Trump did to the movement to discredit us, but I believe that the press only wanted to negatively portray us all as being thugs and rioters and looters. What happened in Minneapolis was sad, but that was a pot boiling over, and a lot of that wasn't even done by those community leaders. I have plenty of friends and family that live in that area, and a lot of those people were from Philadelphia, from New York, and they went all around the country here, pushing and portraying this violent act to discredit what Black Lives Matter is. But I didn't get to say it before, but I believe that the community really stood up that day on May 30th and really stood up and showed the unity. There was over 3,000 people that came out to that march, and the unity that was brought that day is what I believe Fargo can do. I believe that it has to start with somebody and people taking that accountability to say, hey, I'm going to be a part of this, no matter what Donald Trump might say, what Black Lives Matter is. I know personally, this is what I believe in, and this is what we want to hold our city officials, our mayors, our governors accountable for preaching, for teaching the youth in this generation is about peace and unity of all. So I believe that the press did portray us as being a negative militia group. I still get calls on it every day. I still get death threats every day because of what I can say the mayor of even Fargo and the old police chief did portray us as being thugs. Even though their apologies were well accepted, I don't hold a grudge. But when you portray that, and that's what people think, that's what they will go on. So yes, I believe that education, that's why I said at the beginning, education is so important, because Black Lives Matter movement is not a militia. It is not a group of thugs. We love this community. I have several businesses in this community. I feed the hungry and families that are on the low income scale. We do that every week. So this is not a person that hates this community. This is a person that wants to see this community grow and blossom into a community that can really honestly say it's about peace and helping one another. So yes, I don't listen to the media. I thought that they were going to do the best thing and portray the good news, but unfortunately we don't get that. So yes, I would say the media did do it, but we try to put a different aspect on things.
Thank you so much.
One thing I want to add to Faith's point, one of the things that the media does is when they talk to somebody who's a part of the oppressive culture. They'll talk to the community when it's like Black Lives. Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you are now.
So one of the things that the media will do is they'll pick someone highly educated and someone who's a community leader to represent like the police department. But then they'll just pick anyone at random with the narrative that fits their narrative. And they'll say, well, look at this person, what they have to say, even though that person's not a community leader. They're not the ones who organize. They're not the ones who like lay down the rules. They're not the ones who did X, Y, and Z. And we've been seeing that for a long time. That just wasn't a 2020 thing. That goes way back. And the other thing too about recanting, they do recant, but they recant in the dark. They don't do it as visible as they don't do it as visible as they should. They really should talk when they do recant. And then it doesn't matter. The right wing people have their media clips that they can share. And then I also want to say that when we want to find quote unquote middle ground or work with the people who oppress us, the thing that you got to do is you got to give them information that they haven't heard. There's a lot of people who don't realize that the Mayo Clinic has a whole section of like what to do with trans people. And when you show this to a policymaker, they're kind of taken back because a lot of people trust Mayo. There's a good chance that that policymaker has gone to Mayo and will only go to Mayo for their kidney stones. When you say like, hey, this is what they're saying, you can't say that. What you're saying is detrimental. And to them, that's the shock. To me, that's how I view myself as working with the opposition. Not necessarily like whittling away things that we need. And I think healthy disagreement within this group about that is good, because that will facilitate conversation on how to have this battle, right? So, but that is one of the things. I wouldn't get too upset with the people in your in-group, because at the end of the day, they have your best interest at heart. But also remember, like, it's not always these big blatant things that set us back. A lot of times it's these little things that they whittle away. I noticed the one Fargo movement, anytime they were talking about how quote unquote bad it was, they always talk to police chiefs. But when they were trying to illustrate people, they would just find someone random. I didn't feel like they were giving enough justice to the people who organized that event.
I would just like to add about, what you said about giving them new information. What I have found to work as far as like with my own family, because when I came out as trans, it was very difficult for my parents, is giving them statistics. Because if you go to someone and you say, hey, 75% of transgender students feel unsafe at school, like they're going to listen to you. If you tell them that transgender people are 12 times more likely to attempt suicide, they're going to listen to you, because no one's going to look at you and say, oh, I think this person should commit suicide. Like, they're not going to tell you that, even if they don't like support, trans people. If you tell them these life and death statistics, they're more likely to listen to you than if you're just going to say, oh, this is a trans person, they matter. Like if you literally tell them this is a life and death situation, you're going to get somewhere.
Do we have any other questions or comments we want to throw out here? We're going to have to bring things to an end. I wish we had more time. There's so much more that would be wonderful to explore here. But any other quick questions from attendees? All right, Rebel or Arden or John, do you have any closing comments that you would like to make?
I think I'll try to go first here. I want to thank everyone for being here. And I want to thank everyone for every uncomfortable conversation they'll have from here until the end of the year. because I know Thanksgiving's coming up. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Rebel. Thank you, John. Thank you, Arden and Faith. So good to have you take part. I'm just going to close up here quick. We hope that today that you take away something useful for you and your community. Hopefully you've learned maybe a new idea, maybe a new tactic, but most of all, we hope that you've built new relationships and strengthened the old ones. The struggle for human rights is difficult, and it's often a lonely walk. And this time to be able to come together, I think, is very important. So take strength from this growing community that we have here. And this is work that is going to be ongoing, and it's a long haul. You know, I think that's something that's been highlighted today is you got to take your little wins where you can and know that sometimes there aren't wins. It doesn't seem like, but the thing is that some of these wins are going to pay off way down the road. And there's something that gets quoted quite a bit, and I don't think anybody knows where it's from exactly, but I like this little nugget here of unknown origin is, blessed are those who plant trees under which the shade that they will never sit in. You know, you're doing things that maybe aren't going to pay off right today for yourself, but maybe a generation or two down the road, things are going to be better and healthier for people. So keep up the good work and just go out of here. I hope you take something to strengthen you a little bit and to keep fighting the good fight. So take heart. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out.
Thank you so much.
To everybody. We'll see you next year, and we'll get more information out shortly about our upcoming legislative cycle. Have a great day. Thank you for